That's not.
Pretty sure
What?
that didn't pick up.
I was hoping to get that in before it did.
Trying.
I mean, I could probably do it when the music starts playing in, and then it'd pick up, but no.
You're trying too hard to time it.
Well, no. I mean, I'm trying to time it so it doesn't pick up. That's the point. But if I was trying to do it, I wait for like some super serious moment where Padrock or Levi is thinking about something. It's like, okay, I need to think really hard. Then it happens. It's like, huh, that's a really useful skill. I'll need to use that in the future.
At Pap. Hello, green wolves.
The grass is greener on the other side.
So I am to assume that we do not have journals today.
You are correct.
Good enough.
Journals are for the prepared.
And I am not.
And then straighten Bryce once you love the music.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fun times coming.
Explain.
Explain.
You just said that kind of out of nowhere, so I'm just sitting there like, elaborate.
Smile. Smile.
I hope if I had something for something. There we go. I'm a firing my laser.
I think we can start about 6 minutes in. Who do we want to start with today?
Why don't we start with action? Points at Levi.
I'm gonna say we roll.
Rolling, 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 rolling.
We have D20s for a reason, so.
Yeah, we can roll. Roll into action with Levi.
I regret nothing of what I just said.
Wait. You repeat that one more time? You said, yeah, we can roll, but what?
Roll into action with Levi.
Roll Levi.
Well, first of all, how dare you? That's a fucking callback.
Wait, what is?
What Harzat said.
Look,
I remember they used to say that all the freaking time.
he has prismatic laser. It's the closest thing to that.
Prismatic laser online. You require more Vespian gas.
Laughs in wide guard.
The prismatic laser online. You can screw off with that. Wait, fuck. There's one more.
Wait, you don't like that Necrozma's or Protoss?
He's a Void Ray?
The only time I'd like about Necrozma is I can kick his ass.
Hold up. When did he become a Void Ray?
Alright. Good about 20 more seconds. Think we can get into it.
So that's Prismatic Core you're thinking of.
The other way. For now. Yeah, maybe we'll give it a minute or two.
Yeah, usually people come in about the 1 hour mark. Usually.
Don't think it's working. Holy shit. Let me fix that.
What's not working?
The Sprimmer bot.
Oh,
Oh,
the
fun.
percentile roll wasn't working.
Near the D20.
Yeah, I feel like that.
I'm gonna
No,
fix that while
I-
we wait.
I sneezed. And
Pat,
I said
pat.
stars. Didn't help.
Why are
Hey,
you saying
Bryce.
stars after sneezing?
Bryce,
Yes.
happy Lucario Day.
Happy Lucario Day.
I mean, I think it's technically Lernius Day, actually.
No.
Because I looked on my phone's calendar and it says Lernius Day.
It's different
Yes.
for depending on the calendar.
Doesn't see indecent. What calendar are you looking at, straight?
I'm looking at Twitter, and Lucario Day is trending.
Lucario's Day's August 10th.
Oh,
Yeah, it's different depending on which one you look at. But usually the only one anyone ever references is the Twitter one.
Oh wow. The dice roller seems to be just completely dead, offline.
Uh-oh. Well, I
I'm
guess
gonna have
those
to,
lychee berries gotta get,
Disable those redeems for now then. Because that's offline.
may as well give them back their, lychees, I guess.
How do I do that?
I have no idea. I know you can, I just don't know how.
Let me see if I can figure that out. Who did it recently?
It was both 8,000 and the Green Wolves.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. Let me know if y'all get your points back. I forgot. I have enough power here.
Uh-oh.
He has power by the grace of lace.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm responsible with it.
Wow. Did he get him back?
Considering how quick they are with getting rid of bots, it's like,
8K, can you check your points?
Mm-hmm.
Did they come back?
Looks like it.
I have disabled the roll commands for now. Till the site comes back online.
Alright.
Anyway.
I found in... I'll show you what I'm looking at.
yeah, Green's saying he's not got his yet.
Hmm.
Because I did the button to reject it and refund points.
Maybe it takes a moment.
I don't know.
Well, whatever the case.
Either way, the redeems are off, so fix those later. We ready to get into it?
Let's do it.
Time for the fun. So, have we decided who we're starting with? Doing a roll or just start with Levi?
I think Levi's got an interesting thing going on. I'd say go with him.
Okay, that's two people saying I just go.
You're the only one who's got anything planned.
Why don't you have anything planned?
I don't know. I go with the flow. You know
I
how I
always
am.
have something planned.
Well, to the island.
I will step away from that though, because I do want. Because he's not going to jump into that immediately. It's still a matter of just ponderance. Give me one moment, please, to mute certain notifications. But no. So, with regards to Levi, they're going to be on the island. They're just kind of sitting down, legs in the water, sit at the grass, listening to surroundings, but still just kind of in contemplation. His tail is partially around himself, resting in his lap as he's using it as a elbow rest. His hands have basically made a cradle for his head as he's just thinking and just staring off into space for a while.
And Apollo.
Apollo pitter patters over and sits himself next to Levi. It's not often I see you lost in thought like this.
I am currently out of distractions, would be a good way to put it. At least for now. Though,
You're already getting stir crazy then.
I'm sorry, one more time?
You're already getting stir crazy then?
No, not quite. If that was the case, I'd know what I'm going to do, but idle thoughts. Idle thoughts would be a good way to put it. And just thinking on it. I don't usually run from fights unless I know I can't win. And what happened in the last mission, after everything we've gone through, I dare say that was a bit of a test of my own mortality. Or at least a reminder of it.
Well, I had several options during that whole encounter. We could either fight that Rapidash, which frankly, we've taken down tougher opponents than that on our way to real challenges. Problem was, we had a bunch of other Pokemon coming in from the plateau who were looking to offer us just as much of a challenge. Frankly, we have enough trouble fighting one opponent. I didn't want to fight several.
Yeah. Which is the other thing that came to mind, which is, if we're supposed to be able to do what we need to do, we can't just be rebuffed because we have a bunch of people coming after us. I should be better than that, at least. I want to be better than that.
It's not a bad thing to want for yourself, but Levi.
Yes.
Do you know what separates bad leaders from good leaders?
Well, seeing as I've been under questionable leadership as long as I've been, no. But pray tell, what separates it?
One of the things that not just my own father, but some of the diaries from my previous life and memoirs would talk about is the difference between using resources and wasting them. I really don't doubt we could have taken that Rapidash on and come out on top. Problem was, what do we actually gain from that?
A safer way out? Then again, no, we would just be burning a lot of time because we had more things coming after us, and then it would have been a much worse situation to be in.
Exactly. We had 3 Vanish Seeds between all of us. And granted, I know a thing or two about hiding in plain sight. There was no way I could really account for what was coming for us off the plateau other than there was a lot of them and they were pissed off. Then you have that Rapidash who had home field advantage. That was its territory and it knew it well. Unless they were between us and our objective, which frankly, I'd already seen enough around there. Unless it really was between us and our objective, there was no other way to get around it. That's the only time I would have ever considered trying to take it on in a stand-up fight. We got past it. That was really all we needed to do.
Right. Sometimes it's not reaching the end of the path, it's how you get to the end that matters.
Exactly. Part of the reason why I think the Rapidash ended up giving up the chase is because they had more pressing matters to worry about. With all those Pokemon trying to come after us, and they ran into it.
Yeah, I'd rather that, though, to be honest. I quickly began to realize when we were there that if I read the books properly and understand myself enough, we encountered things capable of ice-type damage, we encountered things capable of fairy, we encountered like the alpha, we had a bunch of dragons after us, and we had no shortage of foes that were capable of rocking the ground. I will be honest with you. Without careful consideration, I had to question once more my mortality.
Now, as a rescuer, sometimes you're going to find yourself really far out of your element, and that's part of the reason why you work as a team when you can.
Makes sense, I guess. You know, something funny that happened a while back when I first started.
Do tell.
Knowing how things were back where I was, where I'm from, it's not a strange occurrence to have somebody, excuse me, turn tail due to an issue that may come up, or turn coat because it changed. It would give them the advantage of a situation, a better chance of survival. Zealots do what zealots do. What can I say? But something important that I kept in mind was having that happen to me before. There was always the general fear that it would happen again with you guys, and well, it did kind of lead me to make sure I knew skills to handle that scenario in case it happened. Thankfully, that won't happen. At least a while ago, I fully accepted that it won't happen. Just, I find it funny that I was worried about it.
Look, I see you trying to stretch yourself pretty thin. If you're a master of everything, if you're trying to learn everything, you'll be a master of nothing. It's good that I can see you trying to branch out. Don't overextend yourself.
I will do my best.
That's all I'm asking you to do.
Though, I'd be lying if I said it was easy.
Well, that's part of the reason why you've got team members around you to keep you in check.
True that. Levi would pause a moment as he hears that and just glances over his shoulder to the scene behind him. It's like, that sounded painful.
Now, the one thing I've learned about Glacey's friends in sparring is they don't fuck around.
I could have told you that myself. Which reminds me.
Felix recoils and just does a little spin.
And they don't back down either. Something I wanted to do was actually spar with one of those guys and just practice a few things, you know? I've done it before. But I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it again, even if it gets my butt kicked.
Sometimes the best way to learn a lesson is to lose. Part of the reason why, back when I was Guildmaster, I'd oftentimes put Nudon and the other teams that I trained in over their heads in exercises just so they could actually learn the lessons that they needed to.
Is that so?
I remember one time, we were actually on this island right here, and I had Donovan spar against Monroe.
Really?
Yes.
The bartender.
Yes. Would you believe me if I told you, when I was a lot younger, Monroe was actually a rescuer too? wasn't particularly strong, and there were times I actually questioned his intelligence. Don't let anyone tell you that guy, he isn't street smart. It's part of the reason why he's been as effective as he is at moving people into the right places to use the right amount of force. Donovan had that guy completely outclassed insofar as offense and defense were concerned. And Monroe still won.
How?
By luring Donovan to the side of this island and then getting around on the other side of him and pushing him out.
With age comes experience.
I rest my case.
Oh, hi, Lucas.
Hello there. You two seem to be having a delightful conversation.
Yeah, just, take a moment to slow down, smell the grass, have a chance to think for a little while.
Well, what do you intend to do now?
Levi would just put a hand to his cheek and ponder a moment before looking over to Apollo. Considering what he just said, and then look back to Lucas. I wanted to practice some combat skills with you.
Oh?
Yeah, I mean, given your background as a teacher, as well as a clearly well-traveled explorer, to say nothing of the abyss I heard so much mention of.
The Legion.
That too. It's may be fun to, get to learn a bit more, and in the process, get a chance to spar with you.
I wouldn't mind having a go with you.
And thus, the distractions come back. With that, he just give Apollo a tap on the back before walking over. I'll admit, in regards to combat training, I only trained a little bit with a few people. Field experience is limited, but I have some practice.
Well,
A bit of repetition on this front wouldn't hurt anyone. Just make sure you've got an objective going into this, all right?
Levi looks around the arena for a moment, and then looks to Lucas, and then looks back to Apollo for giving a small nod. I have a couple of ideas.
let's have a go then.
Everybody just wants to giggle about the fact that their port connection
With that,
escaped.
Levi will move right about here.
Come at me then.
I suppose Lucas can move right here if you want to get it mirrored. Though there is going to be one thing Levi does before starting. He's going to take a moment to just stretch out. He's not using Dragon Dance. No, that wasn't. He wants to treat this with some level of respect. But he will send a message over the telepathic link to the other two. Simply say, if you guys... hey, Patrick, Livy, if you need me, I'll be sparring with Lucas for a little bit.
Yeah, I can kind of see it from here. He just waves at you if you can see him.
Be careful.
Nope. Yeah, I see you.
Make your move. I'll
I
follow
get
up.
that. Okay, then. maneuvers is the focus. So Levi would take a moment to. Oh, what is that? Levi would take a moment to admittedly take a proper fighting stance, like foot to back and front, knees bent, hands positioned as a guard, as his tail would poise pointed towards Lucas.
Lucas just takes a stance on all fours, bracing himself, burying his fangs.
But after a moment, Levi would move, basically just shift forward rapidly before using his tail before giving a small spin, using his tail to attempt to trip Lucas.
Check evasion.
Interesting AC.
Nice.
Lucas jumps back as you miss the trip maneuver.
Huh.
Alright. After jumping back, he braces and then charges forward.
I'm sorry, what?
Wait.
This is new.
What you gonna do?
You got 4 choices. Hey, it's a multiple choice.
Oh, I'm the
quiz.
one that makes the choice. Okay. Focus charge. Jump left.
And he jump and he misses.
He misses.
Not bad.
Okay, that was new. It's like a tackle, but a little bit from hell. Very well then. You can see Levi just take a moment to send a bit of electricity before backing up. Using the close range to send the blast electricity before jumping backwards.
Literally right on the dot with that 7.
Right?
And afterwards... Very well. He charges forwards. Stops.
Oh.
I'm gonna just remove this and all of those.
Understood.
Was
You
a
have a chance to
miss.
fix it later.
Either way, that was Nitro style.
Understood. But indeed it does miss as Levi. Hey, nope, that's
Oh
it.
wait, no, it's missed. Okay.
Eh.
I was distracted by all the fuck ups.
Oh, you're fine. But yeah. Oh, I'll just do a quick. Yeah, Levi just kind of. He puts a hand to his ears quickly, but otherwise moves and kind of just gets out of the way of it. Dipping a bit lower to the ground, he does attempt to push his tail into the ground a bit more, and
Oh, hold on a minute. Gonna put some dirt in your eye.
he's basically using his tail as a bit of a shovel to just pocket sand. That's actually using the skills that Apollo taught him.
Oh, stealth check.
I'm trying to find my dice for the stealth check. Oh, it was collapsed.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
skill is already collapsed by default.
Yeah. Look at that.
So after snarling at you, he just suddenly gets sand in his eyes and kind of just jerks back and shakes his head a little bit.
And that is a blind. But at the same time, after that, Levi's motion kind of just slows down a lot as to not give himself away.
So, Lucas kind of just takes a moment to shake his head. His ears perking. And through the sound, and real quick, -6. So, to the sound he hears, he opens his mouth and fires. And misses. Jesus.
Ooh.
It was a 6. Though that is the second miss.
Mm-hmm.
No. You get that one for free.
I don't.
That's fine because of landings.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your move.
So Levi, seeing this, their stance is going to change as they move forth. And
Uh-oh.
grab hold of Lucas before proceeding to throw them into the ground.
Sensory overload incoming.
And shortly after, he would back up. Although, given they're both like not blind anymore, he's not being too quiet about it anymore. He just backs up and then just gets into a far more active combat stance.
So after he gets all the dirt out of his eyes, after hitting the ground, he just shakes himself off before bracing himself.
Jesus.
He's gonna do it again. Oh, he's gonna try to grab him this time. If you lose, it becomes a critical hit. Oh no!
Well, defender wins. So, you're now in a grapple, you have dominance. So, Lucas,
Hold on.
hold on. What's up?
I'm just gonna say, so Lucas comes charging in. Levi grabs hold, having seen the skill before. But even on impact, Levi does hold his ground despite. I'm just gonna do this just for flavor text, shifting back a little bit, but still holding on to Lucas all the while. Before moving into an attempt to make it a proper grapple.
As he's grappled out of his move, he growls, and you may make your move.
I mean,
Kind of funny. They both had 5d6 and they rolled the exact number.
right? Technically, he rolled better than I did.
So now that you have dominance in a grapple,
I forget what that means off the top of my head.
It means you
check
can
it out.
decide how to proceed with the grapple.
Let's see.
Which I think there's 3 different states.
just gonna look it up.
Yeah, let's do a quick one. Now, there is a thought. There is a thought to consider throwing Lucas into the water from here. It was a thought. But it's not how I'm going to proceed.
So you can secure attack or move him.
So basically, it'd be either a struggle attack or seismic toss, given the position we're in. In the grapple or secure it. And I'm going to use... a dragon type struggle attack.
Give him the old noogie burn.
After taking the hit, Lucas asserts himself.
Ooh.
I have to roll athletics.
It's athletics or count combat, I think.
Or combat.
Nope. If only you
Lucas
secure.
gains dominance.
I mean, all the while you see Levi just has this. Like, at least Apollo can see it clear as day. Despite the situation, Levi is just grinning.
So, Lucas can still make a shift action. What is your weight class?
Looks like he's got
3 apparently.
Jeez, you're heavier than a movie.
Shove.
Into the water!
Sploosh.
Or sploosh.
And as he shoves you into the water, you are no longer grappled. And he just jumps back.
Oh no, look out, y'all. There's an electric type in the pool.
Come on.
He just grins at you.
Levi would climb out, just still grinning mad, but just climbs out and just shakes himself off. Really?
He snickers.
You decide to go for the history one?
Use the field as your advantage.
Levi, if you don't dunk him back and make him a wet dog, you're not gonna live this down. Yeah, not just any noogie burn, but a dragon noogie burn. That is true.
I was just gonna say, like, all right, I
Wait.
see how it is. Proceed to grab Lucas and just into the water with the both of them.
It's a water seismic toss, so this makes it even better. Oh no!
Into the water and the both of them.
Just grab, yoink.
Before Levi will, however, let go after hitting the water and just swim to the top with his toothy grin. Before just bursting out laughing.
After going down, Lucas swims up and just shakes him out.
To be fair, he started it.
Turnabout. Turnabout's fair play.
Let's settle this down before we cause a little more collateral damage.
No. You got me in the water first. You already knocked me out the ring. Come on.
Very well. It was a good match. He just climbs up to the land, looks at Apollo, and just kind of shakes himself off, climbs up.
Levi just hears a giggle from Aluvi in his head. Like he's snickering.
What are you laughing about over there?
Oh, nothing. Just reminding myself that your seismic toss was water type. I'm surprised you didn't get a bonus for splash points.
I mean, well, if you want to give me the bonus,
Apollo
I'll appreciate it.
holds up a card, 3.5.
Come on. It was better than that.
Apollo giving you the judging.
Official rules on diving say that in order to get a 4 or higher, you have to have a clean entry and exit. You have to have clean entry into the water.
Lucas just gives a toothy grin.
Apollo, Levi just rolls his eyes, just basically wipes the ball towards Apollo, shaking his head. But he's still just giggling because he had way too much fun with that.
At least you enjoyed yourself. And it seems that story I was telling you about Donovan and Monroe couldn't have come at a better time.
To be honest, I considered doing the same thing to him. I just didn't want it to end that quickly.
I mean, it's only morning, and well, I think people have other things they want to do with their day.
Yeah. Alright. I also feel a bit more confident with what I can do. But all the same, Levi would turn around to Lucas and taking a step back. Basically give a respectful bow. Thank you for your time.
He gets a low bow and nods to him. Of course. Anytime you're up to more training. And he just sits down, pulls a berry out of his bag.
Okay. Well, I guess this covers me going to the training yard for now. I know that Aluvi's over and next to the tavern. You gonna go say hello, Apollo?
Sure, why not?
And almost immediately just jumps into the water and just...
Apollo tries to take a running jump to leap across.
That's kind of that's a long jump.
The dark types just watch and give a little snicker as they leave.
I would be half tempted to say roll acrobatics, but I'll leave it alone.
Four spaces
You know
of
what?
water.
4-1-4-6-1-6.
Solid.
Yeah, it's a 25-foot jump. How's your power?
I mean, it would be a
know.
long jump,
I-
which Absol definitely does not have 5, but either way.
I'd say that acrobatics covers it. At least I'm satisfied.
It's like, yeah, 2 6s.
So Levi is just heading towards the tavern, a little scuffed up, a little bit singed. Even the incinerate missed, but it could have been closer. But otherwise, he's just kind of. You can basically feel his good mood.
Do you two need a towel or something?
He does.
Levi just lifts a paw in response to that, but he's still smiling all the same.
Well, I can't do much about a drowned Chew.
Don't stress it. I can just. I'm sure we have a towel somewhere. Maybe the tavern has one, or I can go back to the infirmary.
Infirmary is probably going to be your best bet.
You know, I actually want to try something, just a little trick. This is just experimental, but I'm gonna use Reflect here and see if it doesn't just lift it off of your fur. I doubt it will, but who knows, it might work.
That sounds entirely inane. Go for it.
Well, let's see how well his roll is for this. What do you want from that, Glacy?
Do you use Reflect?
Use Reflect in the way of, like, lifting water up off of his fur.
Just make the move roll.
Okay. There is no roll for the move.
Or just use
It's
it.
just
And roll a d20 afterwards.
It's kind
So-
of like one of those windshield wipers. So it's like,
So Levi just becomes shiny, and then like some of the water kind of just drips off of him.
and then it just like evaporates into the air, just sparkles everywhere. Look at you, you're a fairy type.
You can see Levi trying to respond to that.
I
But-
knew Amaro was gonna say something. I knew he was.
You can see Levi like trying to say something that, but knowing more about their history, they're just like,
At least it worked.
you're not wrong, but nah.
It's only temporary.
Thank you.
Out of character, I'll be right back. Needs to rest him. Continue.
Understood. Either way, I've been wanting to spar with that guy for a while. That was fun.
It lasted exactly 10 seconds until you got dunked into the water. Though, fair play, you threw him back in.
To be fair, I had him on the ropes. I was doing fine until he took the water.
By the way, were you trying to give him a noogie?
Maybe. I
Never
mean, what
change.
would you rather I do? Have him in a headlock and then just punch him in the stomach? It's a spar. I'm not trying to hurt him. At least not much.
Oh no, I just would have thought you would have done something a little more No, actually, that's entirely you.
Come on. I'm just having a little fun.
Yeah, it's just like I had fun with trying to wipe off all that water.
I mean, it worked.
Just be glad that he isn't here.
You're gonna have to specify. There's a lot of he's.
You know which one I mean.
After a moment of thought, Levi just kind of just gives a shrug.
Pink, flamboyant.
Oh, that one. And he looks to himself again, like, fair. I agree. I absolutely agree.
'Cause he would never let you live it down if he ever found out about this. You do realize that, right?
Yep. Oh, hey. A lot of the airships are missing.
Oh, yeah.
Levi rapidly trying to find something else to talk about.
Yeah. I kind of noticed it a little bit myself. They're probably out on a mission.
Well, better than us, but it's not like we have the day off.
No, but I'm pretty sure my parents are getting discharged from the medical ward by now.
It'd be nice to see them walking around,
Ain't that the truth?
learning about the culture here.
Don't tell her I said this, but I'm pretty sure my mother needs it the most.
That she needs it.
Maybe you should check on him.
That's what I was going to do once I was sure that Levi didn't need me for anything.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll go with you to the infirmary too, just to go make sure.
Oh, speaking of,
Huh?
Delphoxes. Hi, Padrock.
Hey, Padrock.
Hey. So, how'd it go?
Let's just
Well-
say they got a little bit wet.
Mile.
I mean, yeah, you have to swim to get off that island.
Oh
No.
no, that's not what they mean.
Lucio smirks, having seen it.
So,
That is-
Padrock, let's
Okay.
put it this way. Have you ever been thrown into the water? Pushed, shoved, thrown?
Out of character, has that happened in this campaign at all?
I mean, the closest thing that would probably be close enough to it would have been the Xerneas when you first met them, but you were just pushed into the water.
By Lysita. Yeah, she kind of just pulled you in.
Padrock gives his head a shake. No, I can't say I've ever been thrown into the water.
Well, Levi decided to seismic toss Lucas into the water. Cannonball style.
Lucky!
Lucky?
Padrock just gives Levi a look. Like,
He's like, I want to be seismic tossed into the water.
do you know how much I like swimming?
I mean, if you want to, I don't mind.
Good gracious.
I am holding you to that promise.
Olivia's like, I'm done. Bye. I'm not doing it now, Livy.
I've never said you were.
I'm gonna go check in on them, make sure their parents are all right. You want to
Alright.
come along? Have
Um,
you ever met their parents? Aside from the mission?
I don't think I have.
about you, Apollo?
Apollo saw somebody walking by. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up.
I'm sure you will.
Have fun.
Araceli just takes a sip of water that she gets.
Hold on just a second, I need to make a roll here. Okay. Hey, Glacy,
Mm-hmm.
did you take away the skill rolls on the sheet?
They're just collapsed.
It is after the notes. It is a collapsed
Okay.
menu. I had
Yeah.
to find it too.
They're collapsed by default. Apologies.
All right.
Where the fuck is? Where'd it go?
The brothers are colluding again. When aren't they? Joe, what?
What the hell? I'm gonna check her. Okay.
Zero.
Oh, she doesn't have
Literally-
skills on her sheet, right?
just said
I'm
it.
gonna set that real quick.
just gonna do the thing. do the thing.
I never made skills for her yet.
No,
She does not notice him as she's drinking some water.
No. Oh, yeah, go for it. Sorry.
So what does Apollo do?
Apollo pitter patters his way right behind Aracela, and just as Aracela is about to get her drink from Emmy, comes over right beside Aracela and gives her a nuzzle under the cheek. Ooh.
He kind of just jumps a little bit, and looks over at him. Oh. Hi there, Apollo.
How are you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm lovely. Especially after what I heard.
Oh, and what did you hear?
So I've been invited to Malva in a few days. They're having a big concert, and I've been invited to sing as one of the guests.
It's great to hear.
Malva?
Any
So-
chance I get to have special box office seats to watch you sing?
Well,
Paul's being a tease when he asks this.
I can't guarantee anything, but you'd probably have to ask your guildmaster about it too.
I think I'll go chat him up about that.
It won't be for a few days, they're still setting up the event, but if things go well, then I'll have the showroom all to myself for a little bit.
Well, that'll be cool. Finally gonna become a star.
Well, it's something. Usually I perform in front of small groups. It's a little... I don't know, I'm a little nervous.
And you sounded fantastic during the festival here a few months ago. I have a feeling you'll do just fine out there in front of everyone.
Well, it's not just Malva. This is going to be streamed live across the region.
And everybody gets to hear you sing.
Oh, stop it.
Why?
Fizz reaches over Flippers and gives him a hug. Because they make me blush.
Paul lets off a very light purr from the hug.
But I gotta get my voice ready, so I drink lots of water.
Drink lots of water, stay away from dairy. The usual.
Of course.
It's good to see you smile. The rest of the gang's moving on ahead to try and handle other business, and I told him I'd catch up.
Well, I'll be here.
All right. See you later. Love you.
You as well, dear.
Apollo would turn to leave, but not before giving her a light kiss on the cheek.
She just rubs her nose against him.
Out of character. Yes, 8,000. Dairy absolutely does fuck with your voice.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on the eve of when you are supposed to sing or do a lot of talking.
Yeah,
Because Derry has a lot of stuff that can mess up your throat.
I found that out the hard way for voice acting.
I didn't know that.
No, yeah, the more you know. It definitely is a interesting fun fact.
Yeah, I learned that when I was watching interviews of people like Florian Jansen from Nightwish. And they were talking about don't drink dairy when you're about to sing.
And then a mill tank appears.
Denied. Either way, seeing Apollo's caught up, Levi just looks to Louie and just gives a nod to say, "Your move." Reuben does look over and give a friendly wave before turning back to Jericho and continuing their collusion.
Do you mind if I attempt something, Bryce?
Go for it.
I'm curious what kind of collusion. If he manages to catch on as he's passing by.
You basically hear under their. You basically hear. Well, they don't exactly care for jewelry. Let's be honest with each other here. Maybe we can find something else. Like, I don't want to do plants. We did plants last year. Flowers are nice and all, but we gotta do better. Maybe a new chair. They do a lot of studying. Could easily no, not store bought. Build them. Build a new chair. Comfy new chair. Real nice chair. Make life easier for them.
No. We're not doing IKEA furniture.
And immediately Levi's distracted. Sorry.
Yeah, Pokey, yeah, there you go.
Well, hallelujah. Props to anyone who heard that song.
For a moment there, I thought you said Alluvia.
Well, hallelujah. Anyways.
Lord. You going inside
Apollo.
I'd imagine that the group went on ahead of him and he'd be delayed getting in.
Right.
Understood.
Not by very long, though. Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead, Olivia, your show.
Just like, hey, you two, how's the injuries coming along?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit better. In fact, I think I feel about as good enough to walk around.
That's good to know.
How about you, dear? She just kind of sips up from the bed, looking herself over. Well, I do feel a lot better than I did when we came here. That's for sure. These nurses and doctors, they sure do know what they're doing.
Why do you think I listen to them?
Well, you're right to. It's so strange seeing other cultures outside the village.
To be fair, I feel like we've been cutting ourselves off from the wider world a little too long.
Perhaps, but given our family's sworn oath, we didn't really have much choice, did we?
Well, now you do.
And we do. Although, I would like to at least visit the village again.
You want to go back? I guess, yeah, there's nobody there now.
I want to see what I can find there. In fact, I talked to the doc today, and he gave us clearance to go out and, well, go see things. So we intended to visit the village today.
Well, you're not going alone. Not after I just got you back.
I suppose we do need some transport there. If you're willing to do so.
I'm sure I can probably talk with Apollo and then the Guildmaster, possibly get somebody to ask around. Actually, hey Padrock,
Yeah?
did you ever meet my parents? Like officially?
I don't think so.
Well, now's your time.
Padrock steps forward, giving the two a small, polite bow.
This is my friend Padrock.
He gives a nod and smiles to him. Hello, Padrock. My name is Vivian. And I'm Miko. Pleasure to meet you.
It is a honor to meet you both.
Miko
It
just,
has
Miko
a
just
very
go on.
sorry, out of character, trying to think of what word he would use. You go ahead for a moment. Sorry.
Miko just sits up on the bed and puts his legs over the side, doing a little stretch.
Out of character, what's a good word for like growth or learning?
Developing.
What did you say?
He said experience, I said developing.
Guess, but not quite the.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just trying to think of like a way you describe a journey.
Oh,
That you learned a lot with them?
like advancing?
That's the journey.
Journey is typically experience, but
Padrock turns to the two parents, giving them a soft smile as he said, "It's been." Had a word and it just left my mind. So sorry.
It's been an experience, perhaps?
Quite an experience.
Been quite an experience in venturing with your son. He's been a great he's been a great teammate to us all.
We never expected he would, well, not only be a part of a rescue team, but also get into the things that he did.
I'm honestly thankful he has. He's been a great pillar of support for us all.
I sure hope so. Good grief, it's difficult trying to manage everything all at once.
Well, we couldn't be prouder with how you've done.
I honestly, hearing that is a little strange now, considering the history.
You did run away, but let's be serious. This whole legacy that we've carried, it's been rough on us all. And to be frank, with what happened with that cult, there is some good that came out of it. We all came out of our shell. At the same time, at what cost?
The markings.
The markings, the entire village being, well, we're the only ones left. Everyone else was killed.
They killed everyone?
Massacred the entire village.
What in the... Ugh. Had I known about that, I would have thought you two were gone as well. Probably a good thing I didn't.
It's one reason I want to go back there and see what's left, if anything.
Considering what you've said, I can't help but agree. Oh, right, the Raichu over there is Levi, also part of the team, and the Absol next to him, Apollo, my leader.
We briefly
Apollo would perk up at that mention and then walk his way over. Day, sir.
Good day to you as well. So you're the team leader, huh?
Yes, sir.
From the looks of things, you've done well.
Thank you. Do the best I can with what I have.
Well, I advise you to keep it up.
Will do.
Apollo?
Yeah?
They're requesting that they would like to go back to my village to see if they can't root up something, but at the same time, I don't want them to be going alone.
The way things are, going alone is not advisable.
Which is
When he-
why I want to suggest that we go with them.
How soon do you want to leave?
Well, today if possible.
If I might make a suggestion. My team's currently on break due to the recent mission that they've been on. But if the Guildmaster doesn't have any pressing matters for you to attend to, I can fly you out there tomorrow, help you with whatever search you're looking for out there.
May I ask something?
Go ahead.
If you're going to the village, may I go with?
Is it because of Emil?
Yes.
I figured you'd say so.
Won't mind the extra company. The airship does have ample space on board for extra passengers.
If my brother was related to, well, not related, but involved with their family, I want to see what's there. Wait, your brother?
Yeah.
There. My name is Ariel Larisvia. I am the sister of Emil. But he was a samurai. How is that possible?
Funny story.
It happened about 3,000 years ago. Back in the old city that you guys were guarding the documents of. Emil was a mean show, just like I am. But what happened back then turned him into a samurai. I see. Either way, none of what happened, well, he wouldn't have to leave all those things there had, well, our old friend not betrayed him. None of it would have fallen. Hurts. She just sort of stumbles over her words a little bit. What I'm trying to say is, none of that would have gotten into your family's hands had he just been able to bring it back home to our time. So, I truly apologize for all the trouble that my brother caused you and your families over the past centuries. Dear, what happened back then, well, nothing can really change that, but we forgive you. Ariel just gives a small bow to her. I'm grateful.
From the sounds of it, it sounded as if it was going to be inevitable that something like this would happen. Didn't matter who it was.
Emil's the one who left those documents there, intending for it to reach our time, but yeah. Eventually it does seem that someone would have stumbled over the ruins. He just sits back down.
Well... Things are quite complicated already, aren't they? Padrock, are you okay?
Yeah? What?
I feel like I kind of put you on the spot by accident.
Not at all.
If it isn't too much trouble, I would say the sooner that we can get to the village, the better.
Apollo, if it's not troublesome, I'm willing to forego a day of break for this. It seems important.
I'm not going to ask you to go out there unless the rest of the team is coming with us. Badrock?
You think we wouldn't?
Levi?
Huh? Oh. He looked back to Leo before looking over. What's going on?
I think he's been focused on Leo. Speaking of, what happened to him?
He had a little accident during our training. Not too
Oh.
bad, but he's a little pissed about it.
I see.
An accident, you say?
Leo's just huffy and folding his arms. He's got bruises all over his body, but he looks more irritated than in pain. But also in pain.
All right.
You know what? I'll leave it alone. I hope you recover soon, my friend.
Yeah, the better.
All right.
Listen, you want to go to where?
Alavia's village. What's left of it.
Okay.
Eclipse,
like
we're
that?
back at it.
Oh, okay.
Wheels up in 15 minutes. Grab whatever provisions you want. Hey, Padrock,
Yes, Apollo?
you're driving.
I'm sure he'll love it.
It's
And off out of the door he
Through
goes.
the window.
Hey, boy, literally, you told him he could drive. He is out of here. And, and he just looks to his parents, just like, yeah, Patrock's very enthusiastic about flying the airship, as you might have guessed.
Oh, right. I forgot to do that.
Looks like it. It's not too much
Um,
of a problem, right, nurse?
That's for you, straight.
Repeat the question again.
It's not too much of a problem that we go, right, nurse?
Not a problem at all.
Thank you for your help. We greatly appreciate it.
Elizabeth nods and heads over to fill out the discharge paperwork.
And not just nods over to her and hands her the papers. Well, looks like we'll be heading out then. Knock, Elizabeth. Thank you dearly. And Knock just gives a little nod to them and anytime.
You two are not too worried about an airship, are you?
Well, we flew on one on the way here, so it couldn't be too bad. It's a
Just
little
making
strange to be in the sky, but
I mean, I didn't know if you were still comfortable with it or not. That's all. I figured I'd ask.
I think we'll be okay. I just give a little nod to the foxes as they walk on.
And the foxes give a nod right back.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Olivia's got to restock on raspberries. It's just like, can I get one of these raspberries real quick?
Certainly. That'll be 50.
Yeah, I got it right here. Pull it out from the bank. I was meaning to bring it out earlier, but I forgot. Only 50.
Here you go.
Thank you. And just puts it into his little snack bag.
The two smile at Sunrose and then just go with Ivy. Meanwhile,
He just passes by the squishy.
hello there, sir. What can we do for you?
what does that scarf do, if I may ask?
Leon just looks at the scarf and looks it over. This is a dark scarf. And after looking at it a moment, he just says, it helps you avoid items that are thrown at you.
Understood.
Would you like it?
I just set on something else at the moment. Give me a minute. I'm going to make sure I avoid unfortunate consequences.
Very well.
Unfortunate consequences.
And with that, I'm going to make a quick withdrawal of 3,000 Poke and give 1,500 to the Kecklowns and ask the life seed there.
One life seed, and that'll be 1,500. Here you are.
And there you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
That'll be it.
Very well. Have a good day.
And then Levi runs off. Look, here come the consequence.
No, he paid him off.
No, I know. That's not what I'm referring to. Just the consequences of
understand.
their actions before.
But he's also going to head over to Sunrose and buy himself a Reviver
Right.
Seed.
One reviver seed,
Yep.
All right.
Life.
and that'll be 2,000.
There you go. I didn't
Here you go.
realize I was running out of them. Gotta be more careful. But thanks.
Anything else I can do for you, dear?
Not right now.
All right. Well, take care.
You too. Let's see now. Last was certain, at least. Now to Eden.
Hey, Levi. What's up?
As per usual, another day, another ship upgrade.
All right, what are you getting today?
Let me check the books here.
I see Etan's got a new set of specs now.
Let's see.
It'd be from the Neo.
I'm going to open that character sheet. And check this out. Let's see, this is at that. Oh. Well then. Let's upgrade the cannons on the ship. The physical and special weapons.
I'll have the parts ready for that when you come back.
Awesome. And last but
Got
certainly
quite the
not
crew
least-
today.
Yeah, quite the crew indeed. We we were gonna take the day off, but that didn't happen. Speaking
you're-
of, sorry, go ahead.
If you're taking more people than you have the seats for, make sure that they're tethered.
Will do. And speaking of, as everybody's getting ready, excuse me, the guildmaster will come walk over and look at this airship before looking around. Apollo.
Yeah?
What's going on?
I have a few people that would like to go back out to Alavi's old place and do a bit of personal hunting there. They asked that we escort them. Don't make a habit of doing this sort of thing on a day off, but
It's not too much trouble, is it?
The only trouble I have with it is let me know ahead of time before you just disappear.
I thought you were going to, Apollo.
I was checking out a few things over here, and then, well, the motor started going on, and then, well, you came here first.
In other words, you forgot.
No. It was on a list of things to do, and I hadn't quite gotten to it yet.
He's very peculiar about his schedule.
As ever. Either way, you guys stay safe.
Yes, sir.
I'll be expecting y'all back before nightfall.
Will that work for you three? Paul would say, looking over at the group, at the clients assembled.
We should be able to do that.
Yeah. And if you guys set a stay after nightfall, that's fine. Just if you're not back by the next day, we will come looking for you.
Understood.
Stay
We'll
safe.
try not to let you worry.
Let's see. I'm gonna just open this up and deposit the life seed over here.
That particular section's done and over with.
Yes, Nightfire, stun seeds.
All right.
Oh god. Okay, I'm seeing a pattern here. That's fine. So hey, Luvi.
Hmm?
Let's have your parents sit down. It makes no sense for them to be standing up.
I mean, sure. I usually hold onto the bed chairs.
I think we've been sitting for long enough.
Oh,
You insist.
A little bit of
No, Fran-
exercise and staying should help out a little bit.
No.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stand if that's your wish, though, frankly, if somebody's going to get thrown around on here, I'd rather it be myself.
We have a guardrail.
Are you sure you don't want to sit down for takeoff?
I think we'll be okay for now. If it gets bumpy, then we'll sit down.
Alright.
All right, Padrock. Nice and easy.
Actually, before we go, just gonna do a quick.
I literally just got done checking everything on the ship. Bye.
Leave. I just looks over to Apollo and just like,
Have a little faith.
oh, I know that you're done. I know the ship's safe. I'm just turning on the psionic tether to make sure there's no accidents.
oh.
That's a good call.
I have faith in you. I just want to be safe.
We all ready?
Yep.
Take us away.
Let's go then.
And with that, Levi immediately goes to sit down before as he feels the ship start to rumble.
It's like, it's one of those cases where you want to say fasten your seatbelts, but clearly there are people standing up and there are no seatbelts on this thing. So the psionic tether will have to do.
The folks standing, even though it is typical to start accelerating forwards a bit early before they get to the rise, Padrock is going to take the extra time to be careful to get to height, then start going forwards so that they're not jostled too much.
Oh, this definitely is a familiar place. How long has it been? About a month?
A little longer.
Feels a little strange now. Oh, I think I see it right there. Dear, could you land here?
Easy on the bank, Padrock.
Don't worry, I got this.
And as we land,
Oh, right.
they land as it's getting to evening.
It's been some time. Oof.
Hey,
Hmm.
guys,
Yeah.
I see a distortion up.
Yeah, I see it too.
I see it too.
Why am I not seeing it?
And I'm seeing something in the house of head. Too far away to tell. It's a little more green than I'd like it to be.
This? Levi kind of points, trying to at least.
Oh, great. Distortions have taken over the place. Wonderful.
This what?
Distortions. They're creatures that are identified by a lime green light.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Well, all you need to know, this has become an escort mission.
And this is why I was afraid of you going alone.
Livy had the right idea.
As they're looking around, they can see the trees are unusually green
Just like
and glimmering.
just to be safe.
Hey. A question.
Yes?
How often do the leaves become so bright, so vibrant that it's all as though it's spring?
They've never looked like that.
He's right. That is a little strange.
Let's be
Paul
swift.
would reach a pop and swat at a few of the leaves.
As soon as he hits the leaves, they release a green little sparkle of dust.
That's odd.
All right. Hey, Apollo.
Yeah.
Let's take it slow. I want to see what's in this house first.
Yeah, we shouldn't
This
go
one
down
over
a
here?
direct path.
Yeah, let's take care of what's up here, and then we'll go down the path and keep clearing.
All right.
Fortunately, it seems like this visit's not going to be as direct as you may have liked it.
I'm gonna look around myself.
Sure
By
you don't want
yourself?
somebody with you?
I'll call out if I need someone.
You do be careful.
Think about where I came from. Being careful is all I know.
Doesn't hurt to remind her.
Thanks.
Well, this is going to be a little bit awkward now, isn't it?
Books are not usually. I never
I'll-
took the distortions to be bookworms.
Paul would reach up and swat at the glowing page.
It also releases a green glimmer of sparkles.
Can Apollo read anything on the page?
It looks completely illegible.
Mm,
Strange.
Badrock attempts to pick up the book.
The book feels like a book. It just doesn't seem to be... The writing doesn't seem to be anything that you can read. It looks like gibberish, almost.
Yeah, Luby's actually gonna, like, pull off this page here and be, like, look through it as if... This isn't writing that I understand.
What's going on here?
I want to say that these pages are, well, for lack of a better term, distorted.
As far as I can see, they don't really look like language scribbles. There's no any of the consistent patterns you would expect to see in writing.
It doesn't even look like a Mills writing at all.
For all we know, these are fake.
He just puts the paper down.
If they're non-legible and they're distorted green, what is the purpose of these?
This feels strange. Do you see that?
See which thing?
Outside.
Luffy did notice something moving by the door. He's like, oh boy.
What is that?
It's a distortion.
You might
And
not,
it's aggressive.
You might want to stay inside. They will attack indiscriminately.
It looks like one of the residents.
It does.
Yeah, the Substriker used to live around here.
Well, they're not one that you know, believe it or not. I remember one coming here once before. The distortions looked like you two. Guess what? They've attacked me.
I can confirm that.
What do we do?
The only thing we can do is disperse it.
Levi is going to look to Apollo and then look to the family before saying, one of us stays in here, the other three should fight.
I can support you from here.
Okay, I suppose.
With all due respect, while you two may very well be capable fighters, we don't need y'all getting involved in the conflict.
Very well.
Plus
Now,
you just got out of the medical ward. I'm not going to chance that a second time.
Very well then. Stay safe.
Of course.
Yeah. Luffy is going to stay more to the back, but he can still support you regardless.
The Substriker appears to be just grazing outside.
alright, so he's not doing anything on his turn. Apollo is going to take one more action for himself.
Bedrock.
Okay. Well, time to take advantage of the calm before the storm to calm. Come on, Swirl Wheel. There we go.
Levi.
And
Levi's going to basically do a quick peek.
It doesn't seem to notice you yet.
A part of me is like, try to get it to leave. The other part of me is like, I probably should just hit this thing. Then again,
Levi, I think your electric attacks may be effective against it.
yeah, I'm thinking about that too. In more ways than one. So Levi is going to take a few steps out. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And look at the Zeb Striker before simply saying, "Oi! Leave. Go." Just moves his paws to say, like, "Get out of here."
It's just snort.
It's just like, what is he doing?
Is it looking hostile?
Yep.
Well,
And it sparks up.
Levi sparks up in kind. I wasn't asking.
Oh, that missed.
Unfortunate.
Hi, Libby.
We call that a warning shot, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
He
warning
fired
shot.
2 warning shots into his head.
Well, you asked for a warning shot. I say, oh, somebody's gonna be mad at me for doing this. And that's a crit. Wait, why is that a critical hit?
You tell me.
It's supposed to be on a 17 plus. Why is this? Oh,
Sharpshooter.
wait, no. No, I don't have sharpshooter. Why is it so? What? Okay, weird.
I mean, I'll take it.
I consider it a crit hit, even though there's no accuracy bonus I'm having here.
We'll
That's on
look
17. Whatever.
We'll look until later.
Either way.
For now, damage.
I'll do regular damage.
Because it doesn't make sense that it's a crit, honestly. I'm just sitting here like,
I mean, I set your crit bonus to 1 because I thought you had sharpshooter.
Oh, okay, that's where it was coming from. Okay. I was like, where is that coming from?
Oh, let's go into the house.
Yeah, no, it's not going to. It's not going in the house.
It's gonna aim towards the house.
No, it's not. Why did I take damage?
Good question.
I don't think you took damage.
No, I
Your
took.
health was
I was.
lower.
My health was low for some reason.
Weird.
Recommendation for Alvi: move outside and discourage the Zebstrika from trying to come inside.
Yeah, that's what I was probably gonna do here. It's just kind of stop at the door and be like, "No, you're not going through."
Well, well, it charges towards you. And apparently misses.
I can't miss.
Right.
In reverse on rock, that's steel type, so I take half from this. Yeah, I thought so.
Follow.
I was gonna squimsh by here, and
Yeah, it's just gonna like lean himself out of the way for you. Oh wait, that was a melee attack.
Alright. You're gonna be rolling live, so do that.
yeah.
Roll 20's dice are no longer applicable for you.
Here we go. 18.
Hello, critical.
So that.
All right. Well,
Nuclear launch detected.
he's not at that stage yet. But with his deep breathing, he opens his mouth.
But the words won't come out.
Words aren't it coming out.
Womp womp.
He's choking now. Everyone's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's over. Blow. Snap back to reality.
I'm gonna tap.
I don't.
Goes gravity.
I might not have gotten the crit, but I did lower their defense.
That came
Especially
very close to it, too.
Levi.
Okay.
There's a very open spot for you to flank there, mister.
So Levi's just gonna slide past Apollo here before saying, "I don't think you heard me."
He's gonna take the cattle prod to him.
Blanking.
Another 5? Are you
Flanking.
kidding?
And another one.
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
It's like, I don't think you heard me. And you just see Levi's claws just basically, I dare say, extend a moment before he just
He just kind of smack him on the bottom with a cattle prod and effectively. Pzzz.
take his hand out.
And Padrock, Alavi, and the other two in the house suddenly see all the green objects here glimmer and fade away.
Look back and go, huh.
I guess this might have been their house then.
Do you?
What's going on in there?
The
book-
items
books are gone.
disappeared.
You can see the remnants of the glimmering as it fades out.
Huh.
Well, that's odd.
Do you... Hold on. Do you two know who lived here?
Oh. Well, I think that is the Zebstrika lived here.
And what was outside but a Zebstrika?
Maybe this was his stuff.
Padrock,
Yeah, Levi?
I have a theory. It's gonna sound stupid, but hear me out. Maybe the distortions are acting as, for lack of better words, mimetic shards of whoever they once were.
That's the conclusion I was coming to, because pretty much as soon as the Zebstrika died, the books vanished as well. As if that distortion was sustaining them.
That's kind of advanced for a distortion. That's new.
It's almost as though we're putting them to rest. Proper
Um,
rest.
Well, it's as if the distortions have been, well, distorting in their nature. The more we've encountered them, becoming I would have said before mockery, but mimics of our world?
Something like that.
Maybe it's best we fill my parents in on this. Distortions tend to take the likeness of somebody who has existed or does exist. Though everything they interact with works in reverse.
That sounds really confusing.
It is.
It
And
is.
It was.
I'll take your word for it.
Electric type, right? You know how they're usually resistant to electricity? They're now very affected by it.
I see.
Badrock looks to the Aluvi's mom. So, if one attacks you with fire or fairy, get out of the way.
It will hurt.
Oh, okay then. Very well.
Okay. Levi.
We'll take
Go
your
ahead.
advice.
Though it's very strange how these distortions seem to have remnants along with them. That's new. Maybe that's a sign of just how distorted the world is getting.
Then we go room to room.
As you're approaching this house over here, you see bits of green start trickling out of it.
Another home.
As you enter, what was left here just trickles out.
What was that?
What was what?
Just realized I was muted. There was a coffee and tea setup that I just saw here for a moment, and then it vanished right as I walked in. You all saw
Coffee.
what happened in the house back there.
Coffee and tea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever was sustaining that just bit the dust. We're not alone here.
No, it's Ariel.
Maybe.
Right. Yeah, Ariel may have encountered another one and doesn't realize the implications of what happens when one of the distortions are destroyed.
Who?
All the same, I'd rather keep our eyes open.
Of course.
True.
Excuse me. What the hell's her name? Miss Susa.
Huh?
Who used
Vic.
to live here?
There are a lot of Pokemon living in this village. I can't really say for sure.
Coffee and tea.
He just thinks it over for a moment. Maybe, I think it might have been a Lopunny or something. Keeping track of area lines, like keeping track of dust in the desert.
You don't.
Yeah, makes sense.
Meanwhile, they're still there. Mind their own business, thankfully.
As Levi is approaching this house, Ariel just flips on out.
I'm going.
Oh, it was a Thievel.
I'm gonna roll. So, as Ariel flips out, Levi visibly sparks up and takes a stance, ready to go, but realizing it's her, just calms down after a moment. Like, oh,
It's just like, it's like,
hi.
it's like, wait a minute, that's not green, that's pink.
Didn't expect to see that.
That makes two of us. I take it you're all right.
I'm fine. Did not expect a fight, though.
The distortions seem to be linked to a few items here. You've not seen
I-
any green objects, have you?
And I saw a few in there. She just looks back into the house.
And you recently took down a distortion. Did you notice anything odd with the objects?
Well, there's a book and a cup and a plate. But, wait. She just looks in, seeing the glimmering. They're not there anymore.
Well, that confirms what we encountered. We ran into a Zipstrika ways back. Took him out, and just about every possession in their house that was glowing vanished. We also saw a coffee and tea setup in a similar position, though it disappeared. We were wondering if, that last distortion you killed was the only one you've killed so far, or if you got to another one.
I haven't really fought any others, but it seems this entire place is, like, I don't know, falling apart?
Did you see any Lopunny?
I saw a faint glimmer of something run behind the house, but...
Lips, we're not alone here. There's another player in the works, and, they haven't shown themselves to us. Keep your eyes peeled.
Apollo,
Yes.
call this a bit of a stretch, but what if it's Lars? He's been here before.
Certainly a possibility.
Lars?
An
Who's that?
Espeon.
Curious.
He was here once before looking for something. He's not necessarily the most kind person to talk to, however. He was very hostile with us once upon a time.
Strange.
Slow down, Apollo.
Apollo would stop here and then hold up a paw. And then curling every digit on his paw except for one up, he'd then make a circular motion. Left side, the house.
Ariel leaps down from the ledge, so the other two go just down the slope.
Livy,
Yeah.
can't introduce yourself.
Oh boy.
You guys may want to get in cover over here. Out of sight.
Sure.
Unless you want to fight. But I'd rather you not.
Out of sight, out of mind, away from all the lies.
Something like that.
So, you wanted me to introduce himself? He's just like, well, highly doubt he's going to get any other reaction other than fight, so... Boink, and miss.
I cannot
Your
help.
next miss will hit.
He's like, Rabbitfoot.
Apollo.
Apollo will come in here, into the house,
This
raise up one
distortion.
single.
The distortion appears to be like reading a book, even though it's completely illegible.
Apollo enters and going to use a second agile attack. I need to apply the other agile point.
Roll your die.
Eight. So 8 plus 2 gives us a total accuracy roll of 10.
That is a hit. And that's a nice damage roll too. The rabbit, struck in the back, just kind of lifts his head and jerks a little bit, looking back at Apollo. Paddock.
Okay.
I keep forgetting that it's not Rabafoot, but it's Raboot, because I keep thinking of the Japanese name for it.
I'm just going to take a step forwards, but the thing is, we're going to be doing this for a bit. He's going to do one more of these. Faster.
Turning around, the Raboot, looking at Apollo, does a rush towards him.
Oh boy. Reverse fire.
Anyway.
Peek-a-boot. Get it? Because Pikachu Raboot. Oh, yeah, Peek-a-boot indeed.
It's fuck a boot and find oot.
Fans.
Well then, that's gonna hurt.
That would be.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What's up?
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold off on that. It's not worth it. I need to save that for later. I'm just gonna slide to the left here.
Well, I can't do a whole lot myself without it being area of effect, so let's give this a little bit of a try, shall we? We're gonna use a typeless struggle since I know Rock is not gonna be very effective against this. And it misses.
I mean, is it?
Oh, right. No, I don't think that's flanking, is it?
It is.
He's technically against a wall and he's got Apollo on the other side of him, so
Fair.
roll it.
Oh,
Okay.
flinch!
Okay.
Too bad it doesn't work on for distortions. You just smack him across the noggin for typeless damage.
Apollo.
Just kind of slap him.
Alright, let me open up my character sheet again. Let's see.
Roll 2d20s.
Say it
16,
With me. Say it with me.
7.
No crit.
No, there's a crit. 16.
Right.
Say it with me. Rabonk.
No. So that Apollo is going to.
Paddock.
Well, fire would be super effective, but unfortunately, there's people in the way, so...
Yeah, just use psychic.
Yeah, pretty much. So,
Going
two
golfing
parents can
indoors.
see Padrock winding up his staff like a golf club.
No golfing indoors. What is with this 5?
Oh, I guess that's its turn.
Alright. Ariel does a quick jump in, jump out.
Boing.
I need to set her move.
Oh my goodness gracious. Are you kidding me? Another 20.
This Raboot is suffering.
3 crits. Natural ones.
4.
On this Raboot.
4. My guy cannot.
Yeah, I'm not
break.
counting the 16 because it wasn't a 20, but still natural 20. God.
And because I didn't update the move with the new mechanic,
How is this
Wait.
thing not dead yet?
Distortions can bleed?
distortions are not immune to bleeding.
Interesting.
Oh.
I guess we do have at least one status that works on them.
So the Raboot, now dripping efflorescent green stuff, kind of just wobbles in place before going at Halavi.
Nah.
And missing.
It is smite, though, unfortunately. Literally just kicking snot at us.
Anyway. The Raboot is very distorted and looking like it's having difficulty holding itself together.
Levi looks to Apollo. Is like, you mind if I just
Go.
I So Levi is like, one thought is I could be very vicious, but I also remember these guys like to go kablooey. So lifts a hand towards it.
There it goes. Oof.
The house just fills with green sparkles as all of them disappear.
Oh, oh, good gracious. The whole thing was... Ugh. That one didn't want to go down. Anything in the other house?
May Velta be gentle as they take your soul.
And as Ariel turns around and looks at this house, she can also see green sparkles fade out of it.
So, are we ready to continue the field trip?
Sure.
Levi, I would really appreciate you didn't treat them like students.
Let me have this. I'm trying to be somewhat positive.
You know what?
I'm having fun. I'm trying to be positive in a situation like this.
All right, team. Spotting 2 different targets up ahead. We have a Dragonite over there. And the Deerling Sazva combo over there.
Deerling Sazva. Which are we more worried about?
We're gonna have to deal with both of them if we're searching through here.
Hadrock turns to Apollo. The Dragonite is in range.
Do it.
Tactical nuke incoming.
Levi had the I'm actually trying to think about this for a minute. Glacy.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, actually, no, I answered my own question. Never mind. I see the Dragonite. We're targeting the Dragonite then?
Yes.
Before we skip to Padrock's turn, since we're skipping to the other 3 team members' turn, do they want to use any buffing moves as we move on to
don't worry, I'm way ahead of you.
Okay, sure. I'll just... If we're going to jump to Padrock's move, then I'm going to go ahead and... You know...
Yep. I was going to do this either way on my turn, so...
Alright. Huh?
Miko has his own reflect. Oh, he's got the protector. Cool.
Levi pauses a moment and just glances back. I feel an energy I'm not familiar with. Did you two do something?
I think that would be...
Miko's just glimmering.
Oh.
Well, I guess we have 2 sources of defensives, so...
Really does run in the family. Padrock. Your shot.
Padrock. Stand still. You can feel his breath as he takes it in. And kaboom.
Another
I am going to...
I'm going to call... Oh. I was going to call the probability control on that.
You want to do it? First, I'll check evasion.
It's 6.
Oh, that hits.
The 6 would hit?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Then hold your probability control.
Wait, why would it... Oh, a 6 would hit?
6 would hit.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
No come.
So, as the stored power is about to hit, the Dragonite seems to distort slightly, and when it does hit,
It's just like Olivia just kind of peeks around Padrock like, did you just hit that thing and knock it out in one blow?
it seemed to be distorting before you attacked it.
Padrock takes a hidden. I don't know if that was me or not.
Keep an eye. I'll keep an eye out then.
Levi doesn't seem to notice anything else around. Or anyone else.
I'm sorry, I was rolling to see if he noticed the prior distortioning before the Bluey.
Yeah, Luvi was sitting right behind Padrock, so he didn't actually see.
And up ahead, they see green glimmers from this house.
All right. Which way are we heading? I would say, looking back over at the clientele.
That's a good question.
I think I want to check her house, except in North Village.
Straight ahead, then.
All right. Means we're gonna have to engage these two then.
All right, then.
Let's see. Ariel? You ready?
Yeah. Sorry, just thinking about things.
Oh no, you're fine. That makes two of us. Levi, meanwhile, is just gonna let the energy surge in his arms as he crouches down, trying to think of a good strategy for this.
Out of curiosity, what were you thinking of?
This place and Emil's connection to it.
You think there's something significant behind these distortions? Beyond just the normal?
Not the distortions, no, just think in general.
I guess we'll find out.
The suspect, hearing all the commotion and then hearing them, turns around to face them.
Are you sure he's facing?
Yeah.
He turned away.
It turned around to face them, and as it does, the deerling behind it kind of just disappears into green sparkles.
Did one of them just forcibly disappear?
Looks like it.
Well, it seems to have noticed us, so... Here it comes. Pew!
That was pretty.
Oh. That's just going to be normal effectiveness.
That was really pretty.
Thanks. As the aura sphere explodes on contact with the thing.
Levi just charges his hand. I want to do the pretty things too.
Give him the green lightning.
Be my guest.
Another 5! What is this?
Rolling live on that.
I was gonna try probability, but all right.
14.
This is getting a little bit ridiculous with these 5 ACs.
The 5s are just constant. Not 4, not 3, not 6, 5.
Hey, technically for me the D20 was a 4.
Oh, me.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Let us see. This is grass type. That's going to be normal for me to deal with. Should be fine. Erupt the diamond from the earth, and that's not going to hit.
Oh.
I think if you're going to use that polarity shift, that would be a good time.
Gonna try it?
It's a 9. Even just a 1 will do it.
Gonna try it, Levi?
Uh-oh. Did Levi...
Is Levi here?
I'm here. Just got distracted by a door. What's going on?
Polarity shift, possibly?
Oh, For sure.
Even just a 1 will do it.
You
So
act,
against the
you get.
So, what's its evasion? Yep, it's enough.
Apollo.
Oh,
Do we have a straight?
We do.
Your turn.
Let's see. We have one more turn before this guy comes up, so go ahead and pop this now.
wing.
See,
Roll
that roll is actually a an 8 plus
2.
accuracy bonus of 2, so that's a 10. And then the follow-up attack is going to be
Ooh.
Only we count those.
Yep.
11. Which is a 13 total. Let's see.
Roll focus.
Hang on just a second.
15 HP back. Good old lifesteal.
Okay, where is my focus? All right. I don't have focus on my hotbar.
Alright. You make it.
Okay.
Smooth sailing.
Seems like we've got a pretty straight shot here. Though, let's be careful.
Got a
leaving
doorway
some-
over here.
Yep.
Contact inside.
And they also saw some green glimmers from this house on the south as they defeated the Sasbuck.
The house. The house.
Hello there, Sass.
Ow. 11 raiders. Oh no.
Welcome to the party. He throws people at us. Oh dear.
Well, that's just rude.
Welcome Raiders, welcome Sass. Hope you enjoyed the session. I hope you had fun with Dawn Trail.
Heck yeah.
I think they were doing the raids. But Padrock may make his turn.
Alright. Standing over Apollo, Padrock breathes in and exhales plant.
Exhale plant.
At this one.
Yep.
Can't even see what it is inside.
I'm just moving to see what's inside.
Oh, it's a Florigis.
Okay.
So that's grass fairy, isn't it?
End his turn standing here. So there's spots for people to stand next to him.
Ariel.
Oh, fighting move's gonna do crazy to this thing.
Coming around. Targets the Florges. And misses.
Oh, another 5 too, by the way.
Yeah, these are getting pretty persistent.
I know. It's like, what in
Ready
the world?
2 AP. So the Florges being hit by an attack and then seeing another one missing as it gets up. Looks very distraught as it appeared to be just reading, minding its own business before it was attacked. And then targeting to Padrock.
Moonblast. Oh no.
I want to intercept.
Do a combat maneuver.
You need a 6.
When you first see this move, Padrock's casual about it for half a second before his eyes go wide as he remembers. Oh yeah!
The one move I told myself
Distortion.
not to get hit by.
So roll Alright.
Get down!
Mr. President.
Mr. President!
I'm moving out of the way so I can target you.
Wait, wouldn't he move here in between the attack and?
Right, that is a ranged intercept. My bad. Either way, get down.
You're just gonna leap over the Apollo, slide off.
Just around the rock, through the fluff, into the way. So much for over the river and through the woods, huh?
Over the hills and far away. And that is your move, so Alabi.
I see what you did there, Glacy.
Just like,
Over the hills and far away.
just like, oh, there's another one in here. Yeah, so, considering the circumstance, yeah, I think it's time for... Just trying to finish this off. Again with this 5! It's my
Rolling
third
live.
5!
Well, that's a 4, so
It's
Yeah.
fine.
I guess the 5 is
I'm not
alive
even
this
mad.
session.
I'm not even mad.
Apollo.
Fine.
These 5s are murder, dude. I'm in position. Jesus.
This is dark against fairies, so it's actually going to be super effective. All right. This is with advantage, so roll 1 is a 6. Roll 2 is 16. All right.
So that is a crit. Critically super
6 and a
effective.
6.
Oh my goodness gracious. That made up for that 5 for sure.
Goodbye.
The Semi-Sage getting up from his chair. Lashes out at Apollo.
Fine whip. I'm going to intercept this time.
Alright.
Let's see here.
The maneuver.
It's a skill check of athletics.
You just jump over the table in front of the vine whip.
Yep. And I will also declare, hey, I have a thing that lets me just, you know.
Alright. 1. And kaboom.
Yeah, kaboom indeed.
Something just got unalived.
It's like you're staring in that room and you just suddenly see the Simisage just implode. Yeah, goodbye.
So as the wisps are disappearing from the distortion, Padros gonna think for a moment. His mind going to the expression on that distortion. And I want to try some things, Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
Going to briefly meditate. He's going to try and see if there's any kind of mental effects going on him.
On Paddock?
As in, he's checking to making sure that nobody's fucking with him.
It doesn't seem to be.
He breathes a small sigh of relief as he steps into the building. Because, out of character, I was getting the word sensation that them being distortions was the illusion.
Yeah. At the same time, it was also like the shocked face. It's like maybe they're repeating what they saw back happened originally. So he's like Florges, Simisage, a lot of grass types here.
This was a farming village.
Right. I think we have a straight shot to the house now.
Think so.
Peek around the corner, nothing sneaking.
Just
Nope.
be careful, because we know these things can just pop up.
Well aware. Checking either way. Doesn't look like there's anything in the side house.
Yeah, Paula, let's go.
Not seeing anything in the main house.
He, like, Olivia just kind of stops dead in the middle of the room and just kind of looks like he's lost in thought again. I definitely remember this now. But last time I was here, there was the 2 books, including your diary. Why do I feel like there was supposed to be an opening here?
An opening? There's never been an opening over there.
Maybe it's just my imagination, because when we were stuck in that shattered place, I remember coming in through that exact way. It's weird.
Where did you say the hole is?
It was supposed to be right here.
Can you get a Apollo in here? Actually, Apollo's going to hear over the site connection. Hey, Apollo, can you come over here for a moment? We need your ears.
Apollo would come over and enter the room.
I'm going to knock on the wall, and I need to know if it sounds hollow or not.
All right, excuse me.
Adros is going to give a firm knock on the wall where Aluvi indicated.
Roll perception.
Hang on just a second. So as Padrock knocks on the wall, Apollo places his head against the wall.
I hate that I heard that in my room. That tripped me out. But you don't hear anything unusual about this wall. It sounds like just the rest of the walls.
Doesn't sound out of the ordinary.
Okay, well,
There's never
Superstition.
been other opens or anything in this house before.
it. I was being superstitious. I see. It's nothing.
Hey,
I did see something else farther down and across the courtyard. Do you remember that giant tea set that we saw disappear?
yeah?
There's an even bigger one in the building just across the courtyard. Come with me.
What am I? He looks under the bed. Wait. What are you doing in here?
What do you
Apollo
say?
flattens himself to the ground.
A carbink.
Have you been here this entire time? The carbink just looks absolutely afraid, trembling. Is that you? Is that you, my lord? Of course.
Is that a carbink?
He's one of the servants of the kingdom, or at least, well, was the kingdom.
And he's
You
been
didn't-
here this entire.
You didn't wait here for this whole time, did you? Well, after everything that happened, I thought you guys were. Oh, I'm so relieved.
How long have you been here?
Over a month. I was just hiding. When everything stopped, I was hiding.
He just looks over at Apollo, then at Padrock, and then back at the carbink. He's just like, "Have you eaten?"
Do you eat?
The carbink of this kingdom generally don't eat, and they can hibernate for upwards of millions of years if they really have to.
I see. Okay. Had me worried.
My lord, I think this is yours. What's this? He just takes it and opens it up, looking at it. Oh, it's this old book. Wait, so you kept this for me? Well, I figured you might like it when you got back.
And appears around folk stories.
It's something I grew up with. Those stories that I always liked as a child.
If you're a fan of books, there is a library back at New Treasure Town you might be interested in.
I did hear about that. I might look it up, look at it sometime. This place is vacant. Even the shelves don't have any books on them anymore.
When we were last here, it looked like the whole place had been basically ransacked. The only thing they left was the books.
They really were thorough then. I don't think we're gonna find anything in this house.
I did save your diary and Emil's book. The ones that were on that table.
Really?
Though there were other books. I don't know what we've done with those. I think they got returned to the library.
Farbank, I advise you stay with us. These guys will protect you. Yes, sir.
Patrick. Look
Yeah?
across the way.
I see it. Honestly,
Whatever is casting that thing can't be far.
Casting what?
Come here and take a look. Stand just
I'm
behind
looking.
me.
What the what?
You see that over there?
Yeah, I see it. What in the world?
Something that dense? Whatever's casting it isn't that far.
you know,
What's
when
going
you
on?
said big tea set, I was picturing physically big, not big in number.
Huh.
Come to think of it, I don't think we ever explored that house when we were last here.
We didn't. Alavi, where are your parents?
Up here.
Okay, good. With me, everyone. Paul is going to see if there's anything hidden or trying to hide out in this general area out here.
Oof. Good luck hiding.
You notice some green glimmers near the tree at the square.
They're over on this half of the square. Paul focuses in to see what exactly is trying to glow. What in the world?
Oh, not them again.
Back up.
What are those?
Oh no. Wait a minute, is that?
Yes. Yes, it is. Eclipse,
That-
form up. Ariel, cover the rear.
Wait. That's our founder.
Don't approach them. They will attack you.
What?
Do not approach them, whatever you do.
They may
Why
look
is
like
she?
them. They may look like them, but they are not them.
I'm so confused.
We'll
It's a
explain.
distortion. We'll explain later.
He's been hiding under that bed for so long, he hasn't ever seen these yet.
You can see Levi's tail is already just poised, ready to go as he's taking a stance.
Apollo
Ariel
is going
just
to use.
goes into
Actually, no,
position.
this is a swift action. Never mind.
Ariel just goes into position and keeps watch over the others. Levi.
Now, on one hand, I could just dive. On the other hand,
What's the range on that? 11 squares.
I couldn't dive if I wanted to. Just gonna do it right
Back
about
Green Wolves.
here.
Right,
I
roll.
believe I was going to try and use Dragon Pulse there, but
Yeah, you
Oh,
got your
okay.
live roll because I think it was your third miss.
Who are you aiming at?
the Delphox.
Olivia.
Whatever you do, Apollo, don't get bunched up. I have a bad feeling about that Deontay.
Understood.
Matter of fact, he has such a feeling about it that he's going to, He's actually going to focus entirely on Deontay specifically.
And you got a crit.
Unfortunately, no flinch.
Rock is not resistant to rock, so targeting at Alavi.
Let's see if this one's actually a meal. Ooh. Ooh.
That's an ouch.
Okay, well, I guess I'm popping a reflect for that. Jesus. And yeah, that is in fact an Emil ore sphere. Popped right on him. Oh, right, fighting type not very effective. Ha! Forgot.
And then also targeting Alavi.
That's right, come to me.
Missing. The next one's targeting Alavi.
They're all trying to use psychic on me.
This one
That's what I was expecting, and it almost crit, but ouch. Yeah, that's gonna prompt him to like pull up his arms, like, oh. Ouch.
Apollo. As Eloise just gets covered in diamonds, like practically sticking into him.
It's like
Um,
she's done the move. Go now.
let's see. I'm gonna have Apollo go. First, he's gonna maneuver right here. All right, that's the. Is it the same damage roll for all three?
No, it's different damage rolls for each.
Okay.
So just roll that 3 times and then roll die.
You have assassin, don't you?
Assassin. I have sharpshooter.
Assassin is the one where it lets you zigzag your pass moves.
Either way.
I can only hit those 3 because.
They're alive.
All right. Roll 1. Nat 20.
Oh, look, you got one of those nat 20s after all.
7. 8.
So 7 plus 3, 8 plus 3.
And you got a 7 on this one?
7 on this one and 8 here.
Is that including your accuracy check or not?
No, that is those were the raw numbers.
Okay, so add plus 3 to those then.
Straight. Is it possible for you to end on a different tile?
Is it possible for me to what?
End on a different tile.
Which tile did you want me to end on?
One to the right.
Oh, I see.
That's line 4.
I see now.
Can you make that? Do you have Overland 9?
Yep.
Mhm. He is exactly over land 9.
Wow.
Although he'll be
how about that?
maneuvering around the tree. Mhm.
Forward. His staff blazing.
That'll just hit these 3. That is barely a hit on Deontay.
Woo. Oh yeah, that's not effective because rock is normally. Oof.
I think the Delphox should be super effective unless that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Okay, cool.
Ariel just seeing what's going on kind of just blinks once, but kind of just keeps her stance in front of the other three. She doesn't move forward yet, unless things get hairy.
You want to jump in, Levi? Now is your turn.
You see Levi literally shift their stance before proceeding to dash in.
Spin.
You're goddamn right.
Spin.
You're goddamn right.
Honestly, this was the most appropriate time to do that because that's a crit nat 20
On the Beyonce.
on the DMC.
And the Mean Shao. They are
It's
not
like-
spared.
The Mean Shao is not flanking though.
Yeah. So here's a funny thing, Levi. The Deontay wanted to dance with Diamond Storm. You brought the dance to her in a different way she was not expecting, it seems.
But is the Mean Shao in range though?
Yes, that's burst
Okay.
2.
And I'll also show this for the sake of
Assuming they live.
So, Padrock and Apollo would be able to feel the wind, but not take the damage.
So LOB having diamonds stuck in it.
Yeah, he just walks up to Deontay and is just like, you can have these back.
Welcome to the boop zone population. You
Hi.
gonna poke
Every
your
time we roll a
nozzle,
5, I'm
what
gonna
you
roll
gonna
live on
do?
it.
Boop.
It's
There it
okay,
is.
I had flanking. But yeah, that 5 is just being like, god damn. Also, that is an even roll. Hey!
53 and 37.
It's just like, you can have these back, blast.
Levi just like standing there, like after doing all the spinning, and just bunk. Like, ow!
You're fine. It didn't hit you.
So, retaliating at Levi.
Yes, that makes sense. Honestly, I understand. I'm not apologizing, but I understand.
Oh dear.
Huh?
Retaliating on Levi and
Uh-oh.
missing.
Oh, they had a line 6 Stone Edge.
See, given how close that is to my AC, Levi is going to see that and just drop to the deck, bend down, avoid the heck out of it, and then just spring back up onto their feet.
You do realize Stone Edge comes from the ground, right?
Oh, I thought it was something propelled far. Well, he's gonna be the opposite then.
It's a
Basically,
line of
just
spikes.
do the opposite then, which is effectively use his tail to spring upward.
Speaking of spring, oh, she's about to do a funny, isn't she?
I'm sorry, I can't help you here.
That's fine, I got something for it. Meteor beam. Wait, does she have a power herb?
Mhm.
Oh. That's
That
unfortunate.
is a setup.
Oh, she doesn't have a power herb?
This is a setup.
Okay. I was about to say, like, uh-oh.
And 1 tick. As it's charging up, it's starting to distort heavily.
Oh.
Apollo.
Like, uh-oh. Stop that, Deontay.
Oh, I have a plan for the Dion.
Way ahead of you.
Wait, no, that wouldn't work. Fuck.
Alive.
And
Gain damage on PMC.
whoops. No, that is not the correct move.
Yoink. Oh, I see.
All right. Roll 1 is a 9.
+4. Haha.
18.
So you basically just got a normal hit and a crit hit. Just like the rolls. +82 and 86 +30. Goodbye.
Yep.
Ooh.
Ay, ay, ay. That one was a little bit tough to take down.
Levi looks
and-
to Apollo. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Meanwhile, as Apollo finishes the attack, the announcer comes on and says, "Double kill."
Being an Unreal Tournament announcer.
No,
That's a Halo announcer.
it's a Halo.
Yeah, but then the Unreal Tournament's also applicable.
Yeah, touche.
And
But,
as these 4 go down,
huh?
The heck is that?
Whoa.
The trees, they're dying.
all these trees fade out in green glimmers as the entire village fills with green sparkles.
Just looks up to the air
At the
like,
same time,
everything's
Wow.
dissipating.
they see green sparkles come from all the buildings around.
Guess that was the.
I guess with nothing left to hold those things in place, they really are starting to dissipate. They really were just. Is that stuff just eating away at everything?
It's either
No.
that they were eating away at everything or it was replacing what was lost.
I think that was here before we first time we came here too. Just not as strong then. Even so.
Hey, what's that by the tree?
Paul leans down to inspect whatever this thing is right here.
Second, move away from it real quick. You can roll survival.
For me or him?
Or him, since he's looking at it.
Let's see, survival.
Ooh.
You can't really tell what it is.
Galvy,
Hmm?
mind telling me what this is?
Well, now that I can get a better look at it, let me see. Castor ferns.
You know these as a what's essentially often used as a natural wrapping paper.
Medicinal practice, it seems.
And Levi can also roll Gen Ed. Want to roll again? So you also know these to have been used by the zealots oftentimes to wrap things up and create explosives at various times.
Levi, Luvi.
Hmm?
What are those?
Castor fern. Why?
May I have those?
What do you need them for? He just hands it to you anyway. He's just asking.
Projects?
Is it those projects?
Of a sort, yes.
Fine, here.
I'll explain more later. Now, we're just gonna put those away. Let's just say they're gonna be more valuable to me for my technical expertise than your medical.
Suppose. Yeah, because I don't really have a use for them currently. That being said, I think it's time we explain to our little carbing friend what just happened. Those individuals you saw that were a limelight of green, they are what you would call mimicries, replicas, not real.
Oh. So, the lady founder wasn't actually here?
That I can't answer. I never saw her myself, so I can't say. There is a possibility she could have been here, because what else would the distortions be trying to copy?
But what caused them to appear here?
Anything could happen. Because they weren't this numerous when we came here the first time. About, what was it, 3 weeks or so ago? We never did find you underneath that bed, because, well, you were pretty good at hiding. I'm surprised they didn't find you in that time frame.
See. This is a lot to take in.
Well, believe me, I'm in the same boat. It's not every day you get told that you're related to Deonce.
Why, yes. Your family are heirs to DMC.
And I'm pretty sure you noticed. I too used the very same move it used on me.
You're learning, you're growing.
With help. Though, that being said, I think we've might have cleared out most of the distortions, but just bear caution just in case. We don't know if all of them are gone, but it seems like most of the mimicry is gone. Whatever was lost here is now truly not here.
Then, what do we do from here? Just keep looking around?
Well, that's up to my parents. They wanted to find something.
Curious about the ruins. Shall we go investigate them?
Well, there's still that hole where we found it the first time. Likely. And this is a hole in the wall that I'm actually sure exists this time.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I need to address these little wounds of mine. take out a citrus and non fondant.
The carbink just looks back at Levi.
Levi is a tad distracted looking around at the shining green leaving the area. Letting his thoughts kind of just be what they were before, realizing everyone else moved on and moves to follow. Sorry about that.
After you.
1 second. I'll keep watch out here. It was always
Sure?
my duty to guard.
If you're sure,
If anything comes up, I'll come running.
make sure that you do. Actually, if something does come up and you can't get to us in time, he hands them a gray gummy. In case you
Oh.
can't,
Okay.
in case you can't get away in time, this should boost you up just enough for you to get a quick burst.
Thank you, Master Alubius.
Oh, please don't call me that. That's embarrassing. Don't you freaking dare!
With that, everyone goes into the cave.
Hey, Apollo.
Yeah.
Earlier you mentioned that we probably weren't alone.
Yeah, I did.
Still think so, or still think something's out there?
Considering the
Whatever it
distortion-
was what killed the thing that was sustaining those apparitions in the other house we inspected. Ariel only took down, what was it, a Thievel?
Yeah.
There was mention of a lot, honey.
I think it's just a theory, but maybe there isn't anything else here at all, and given what we saw before with those distortions just disappearing, it may have been unstable to begin with.
Perhaps. There was the Dragonite that you mentioned seemed a little off.
And that deerling just disappeared.
I don't want to give up the search just yet.
Hey. This is where we last encountered Lars, I believe.
Further down in the cave, right?
Yeah.
I remember this gravesite. I dearly hoped that I did not see any of your names on it. I like this music, by the way.
Hmm?
I like this music.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nice. What are we looking for in here?
Anything really.
Aye.
There has to be a reason why the distortions were active.
Those holes, were they filled the last time we were here? Padrock's asking the team if the wall was filled the last time they were here.
You can roll focus to see if you remember if they are.
I don't remember if they were or not.
Would Apollo also roll focus too?
Sure, anyone can. You remember that the last time you were here, they were full of water. Water seems stale now.
Pretty sure it was full. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't think I see anything out of place.
Pretty sure the water was there when we were last here, but by now it's stagnant.
It has been a month.
I wouldn't drink it. It's unless we're desperate. I don't know. Hey, Padrock.
Yeah, Levi?
Speaking of questioning memories, was this name always scratched out?
Out of character, I have to defer to Lacey on that one.
I remember there being a name being scratched out.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yep, that one was like that the first time we were here.
Vivian looks at it, and then looks over at Miko. In fact, at it. That gravesite is to Miko's sister. And this one was her mate. A cultist. He was not liked in the family. When we learned that he'd been killed and she'd committed suicide, there's a lot of resentment, especially in making his grave. One second, I'm going to restart the call because I can see it's putting me out.
Stuff.
Second. Yeah, she says there was a lot of resentment with what happened, especially when building his grave. He's just staring down through the grave, thinking.
Someone important?
My sister. Rumor has it, she and her mate had 2 kids.
What were their names?
I don't recall. They were really highly spoken of. Especially with that Morgrim bothering them.
Morgrim.
We came across a Morgrim once. He's no longer with us.
He just points over at the grave over there. Clearly.
The one
Not
we came across. It wasn't that one.
No. No. There was a cultist Morgrim that we buried here.
The only Morgrim we ever came across was in the old ruins. They died from Gigas injection. Well, after fainting from it.
After we knocked them out, yes.
Tell me. Was that about half a year ago?
That seems to be the case, yes.
About so, yes.
That was when we were first starting out.
Yeah, that was...
Perhaps when Lisa and her mate were buried here.
So this was very recent.
These two were.
Hopefully she rests in peace.
Whatever
Agreed.
became of their two kids, I hope they're safe. At the very least.
If it's who I think they are.
Out of curiosity, did you happen to know which species they were?
Well, I mean, my sister's a Meowstic, so take a guess.
So they're both Meowstic?
Yes.
I think I may have seen them.
Have you?
Cousins, right?
No? Brother and sister?
No. Me and them. Cousins.
Correct.
Then I know where they are.
I see. As long as
The,
it's safe.
the unfortunate thing, one of them bore the mark. Though he is safe in... well, where he's retreated off to.
I see.
I dare not say the name out loud.
Let's
Not
not
here.
worry too much about it.
Shall we go deeper?
I was just thinking that.
Let's set off for deeper into the cave.
Before we do, Wilhelm and Ira, what happened to them?
Natural causes.
Age?
Yes.
Okay.
Our family has quite a bit of a history.
I can tell, even I'm still discovering it all.
Apologies, sir.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's Ariel?
She said she was standing watch, wasn't she?
Oh, I see her. She's over there.
Well, this is the deepest part of the ruins going into the old city. Shall I proceed then?
We're going in together, not at once, but yeah. Let's go.
Very well. I'll keep an eye on things out here just in case.
You sure?
Someone's gotta stay and watch in case, well, the carbine gets into trouble.
Yeah. If he
Alright.
reaches you, it'll most likely be much faster a warning.
Of course. Take it easy in there.
All these coffers. No Lars.
Not this time. You alright?
My
Sorry.
ears.
Excellent. I might.
They're all open and empty.
Like I said, they ransacked everything. All that we found was the rubble and Lars. And Lars wasn't the perpetrator.
Hmm.
I'll tell you right now, I sure thought it was him.
As Apollo approaches this, he can hear he can see a blinking on the stone.
What in the name of Kiss?
Crowd
Follow me
inertia
for-
detected. No threats detected. Activating interdimensional signal.
Into what now? Follow back up?
Apollo immediately leaps back.
Is that
As this wormhole opens up, two Pokemon come out from it.
just like, hey, whoa, what is this?
Are these more
Who are you, Joe?
distortions?
They're not distortions. They certainly don't look like them.
They seem just as confused as we are.
Unusual place we've come to.
Who are you two? Apollo would ask, stepping forward.
Scanning subject. It appears to be an Absol.
I could have told you that myself. Apollo replied.
My name is Celiera. That's Fico, the captain.
Soliera, where have I heard that name before?
What happened to bring you through, well, whatever that was? Apollo said, gesturing with the paw toward where the portal was.
We were given a signal to come here.
What exactly were you given the signal for? Apollo asked.
We heard from an old acquaintance back in the day. Well, it was some years ago, but way back then, we were given a signal to come here if anything happened. It seems we're responding to it now.
You're about a month late.
Well, Captain Fico and Celiera of the Ultra Recon Squad, at your service.
So that Ultra portal wasn't... Hold on. Ultra Recon?
You mean like the Ultra Beasts?
Indeed, as they come to be known.
We've encountered a few of them.
Well, they're not like us. However, they do come from other worlds like we do. We come from a place called the Ultramegalopolis.
That is a wait.
Gesundheit.
The mouthful word. I remember this. That's where I've heard it before. I remember Zane talking about something about an ultra mechalop like blah. Word. Look, mother, it's fine.
He points it at the Arcanine. She seems to bear no expression as she's pointing her stick at the Arcanine. At the same time, Miko starts to charge up power
What are you two
as
doing?
his ears open.
What's going on, guys?
They don't make a response.
Wait, hold on. What? Why are you?
Hey. Look into it right here.
Eliminate all resistance. Eliminate the enemy.
That's not you talking, is it?
She then points her stick at Alibi.
And that's immediately when he just goes to grab her. It's like, stop!
Wait, the markings.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Doing this.
I'm going to have Levi move to Miko and do similar.
With Miko.
Hmm?
Because as Levi told him, Bedrock's also going to do something. Make it so that Miko doesn't try to do anything too slippery.
He seems to struggle against the hypnosis. Like, what's controlling him is trying to overpower it. Before, behind them, from the two up here, they hear suddenly...
Apollo immediately spins around to see what had happened.
And afterwards, she lowers down what looks like a gun.
Wait, who shot?
She did.
What
We
did
had
you
them under control.
You didn't. They were going to break free from their hold sooner or later.
You didn't know that. You didn't know that!
They are fine. Just unconscious.
They're still breathing.
Seems the tranquilizer took effect.
That's what that was. Out of character, that sound effect was very misleading.
It was.
I'm going based off of the 0 injuries. Now, if it said 10, that'd be a different story. Okay.
I don't.
Could be
Okay.
awake in a few hours.
You had better explain yourselves right this instant.
We can... Aluvi?
We
I
came in
come-
search of the blinding one.
The blinding one.
You may know him as Necrozma.
We've met a few times.
Oh yeah, we're acquainted. We play cards on Tuesday. What's the point?
I would assume that's a joke.
It's a joke, yes. Unfortunately.
Anyways. Given the signal, and given what's happened to all of the Pokemon in our home, well, Pokemon now, we've taken things to urgent matters. Whatever's happened here has happened in our place. Everyone was transformed into Pokemon. That's included.
I do remember seeing something written in the old history books about a time when humans once walked this continent. One day, everyone was a Pokemon.
I don't want to hear that word right now, please. Just, what are you doing here?
Assisting.
Clearly, you have the wrong idea of assisting. If what you intended was... Never mind.
Aluvi.
We
Check
never
your
intended lethal means. All we did
know
was
that-
knock them out.
I know that now. But... Look, I've come far too close once to losing them. When they went limp in my arms, I thought I had actually lost them for real. You must realize this. Don't
Aluvi.
do that without warning me ever again.
My apologies. But had I warned you, they would have probably evaded it.
I'm sorry, am I coming through?
Yes.
Yeah.
Portion's coming through too.
Because I've been trying to say something this entire time and it keeps getting
Go
talked over.
Sorry.
Aluvi. Check her pulse. Your mom's pulse. You feel it?
Yeah,
You-
he's
You
he's
feel
got
a faint, slow pulse.
just like faint, slow, just tremble. Like he's got a trembling in his breath. Like
Okay. Now hear me out. He looks between the two of them. Let's see. Soliera. And I suppose
Yes.
Cap Fico.
Yes, man.
It is as you say. Necrozma is here. It pops up. It causes problems. It leaves. A number of people in this realm are marked by the thing and are potentially targeted as sacrifices, for lack of better words.
Yourself included.
he has not fallen for its influence.
Mine's incomplete, preferably. But you can see what happens for those who are completely marked. That
Indeed.
But that only they only had it for a week. That
breathe, Olivia. We can't be panicking right now. But what I will say is this. Let's get back to the others. These two in particular, it'd be safer for them and safer for us to have them be monitored and put on lockdown. At least until we figure out what's going on.
May I offer something?
You may.
Has anyone in this, well, Cassia, been trying to work on anything to deal with these marks?
Paul looks over at Levi.
Hi. That will be me.
Then this may help. He reaches into a very futuristic-looking bag and pulls out a vial.
What is that?
It is an effective means to counter Necrozma's curse. However, incomplete, it still requires more ingredients.
Gee, where have I heard that statement before?
Wait, you had the other half of the solution?
The other part of it came from a mill. And they said the exact same thing. This is an item that can be used to help to combat the curse of Necrozma. However, incomplete, it requires more materials. I don't know if this is all I need, or if there's more. What I do know, I'm going to be very busy tonight.
Use it sparingly. We don't have much. In order to get more, we have to go all the way back home, and that's not exactly a thing we can do right now.
I just need enough to do a little bit of research and figure out a proper dosage so I can save more people from this market than less.
Certainly. Treated wisely.
Do you have a recipe?
We have a recipe, however, some of it includes things that can only be found in our world.
Find the nearest equivalents. You might be able to do it that way.
He hands the vial to Levi.
Levi would put it away effectively before looking over. If you want help to hunting, you're trying to hunt down Necrozma too, aren't you?
Indeed. In fact, we have an acquaintance who is supposed to be in this region looking for it as well. One by the name of Lunala.
We've also met.
What he said.
Well, she is covering the skies. Supposedly she'll report back if she finds anything. She can be quite finicky, however, ever since she found that little girl before.
Even so. Actually, I'm going to roll a little bit. There was mention of their opposite. Are they in this world too?
So Galio takes us back and forth between worlds.
Oh.
He's not with us, however we can call him at any time we need to.
And get back safely.
Indeed.
Very well. For now, Usually your best bet in order to get advice and or tips for things like this is to talk to the rescuer guilds. We'll be heading there. We'll be heading to one ourselves well now.
Oh, no,
We'll
the
get
Scott.
there by our own means.
What'd you say, Olivia?
I said, "Oh no, the Scott." I forgot. I didn't even realize he came in here.
Scott and Perception Studio rated. Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Howdy
Hope you
there.
enjoy.
Hello.
We are late in the session, however, so we will be ending pretty soon.
Yeah.
But hope you have a good time here, and I hope you enjoyed what you did in your streams.
Indeed. That being said,
Yeah. So Aluvi made a focus check just now, and he's very hesitantly shaping himself back up and moves to pick up his mother, and just like, "I'd like to leave."
I assure you, we are not stopping you. Let's get out of here. Let's go catch up with Ariel and the Carbink and get on the ship. We got a lot going on. We got a lot to figure out.
Very well.
Okay, out of character. The piano threw me off.
Sorry.
Either way, Levi would simply use their tail to pick up Miko and pull them along.
Padrock uses his telekinesis to pick up the Delphox.
Paul is keeping a close eye on these two.
Okay. One step at a time. I don't know what's going to happen when they wake up, so we move with purpose.
Indeed. Goliath pulls out a few darts and hands Levi the a spare gun that she has. If necessary, he may find use of these.
And if possible, I'm pretty sure I could find enough materials to replicate them. I'll keep it close. Yes.
Levi, are you looking at Aluvi right now?
He's looking at the tool that he was just given.
Yeah, roll perception and see if you notice it.
Oh dear.
Aluvia is giving that very object a very, very dirty look.
Levi just notices it in the corner of his eye, looks it over carefully before slipping that into the bag.
I will give a description for the trank darts later.
Yeah.
Just put the trank, a gun and a trank, 4 trank darts. Like that. And mark these two.
Yep, that's Padrock you just X'd out.
You're wrong, Delphox.
Wrong Delphox.
Wrong Delphox.
Ah!
Padrock is now knocked out. Quick moment, because I forgot to copy those two.
Okay.
So, they come out, and Ariel just looks strangely at the 2 big Pokemon. You're from the Megalopolis, aren't you? The other timeline. Indeed. Oh, this is gonna be a story I'm gonna have to listen to later. Did you
A
find
lot
what
of
you were looking
explaining from
for?
a lot of people.
One more time, Apollo.
A lot of explaining to do for a lot of people.
Did you find what you're looking for?
No. What we found was trouble. He just looks at the two that are the larger of the two, just looks at them and gives them kind of a very disdainful look.
They pay him no mind.
Oh boy.
Maybe we should settle this back home.
That's the plan.
See, if Aluvi knew the move Grudge, he'd be using it right now.
Everyone's
Levi's-
grudge.
Levi's not, please no, gonna maintain a hold of me, go through his tail, and effectively move with purpose to get to where the carbink is.
I'm just gonna move all of these.
And just, we can honestly
Just fast travel there.
expedite out of the cave because we're gonna be out of here.
I mean, probably fast travel to the ship.
Yeah, you can pretty much just fast travel back.
I was gonna, yeah, good. I was just gonna check on the carbink, make sure they're all right before we
Yeah.
head out. But I mean, if it's just gonna be a straight shot out, then yeah, we can just head back to the city or head back to the ship.
The Carbink's probably gonna ask, like, what the heck happened?
Yeah, he's most likely
They-
just gonna wonder and just kind of he's following orders basically for his royalty.
Well,
But
I
with
guess
that.
I guess Alubi's gonna be giving it orders to come along.
Yeah,
Apollo
fair enough.
disconnected. Hi there. You hear straight?
I'm here.
Seems you disconnected from everything.
Yeah. I had to restart Discord.
Oops. Yeah, the car bank is on the ship with you, along with the two knocked out parents. The Arcanine is using his speed as an Arcanine to run through the forest, and the Wyvern is flying along with you.
I'm sorry, is this Arcanine keeping up with an airship?
Smile.
This dude's fast as fuck. Holy shit!
He's fast as fluff, boy!
Like I just see Levi just holding on to the railing, looking down, seeing this Arcanine just running through the forest. It's like I lost sight of. Nope, there he is. They're keeping up. What the heck? Rain is gonna look up, see. Well, really, the first warning that he got was hearing the airship's engines, and then hearing the sound of footsteps approaching the city. He already has a bone rush out in his hands because it's like one of those is expected, the other one's not. What's going on? And then looking to these two, he's gonna quietly stare at them before looking over and seeing the airship, seeing them knocked out, seeing the team, and it's just like, okay. Today was supposed to be easy. I guess not. Eclipse.
So Liara, Captain FICO, with me. It is Guildmaster Brain of the New Treasure Town Guild. They have a lot to tell you.
Evidently. You can start with explaining why your escorts are unconscious.
We had to use a tranquilizer on those two.
Reason being?
They were controlled by the blinding one.
The marks.
I see. Rain crosses his arms a moment in thought before looking back. Fiamme, Lucio.
Huh?
Come here.
What is that?
Have Miko and Vivian, I believe his name was.
Mhm.
Have Miko and Vivian looked over by Anak. Shortly after, I need the two of them detained. The marks have activated on them.
Alright.
Thank you.
Just got to the medical. They just got out. They just got out.
My name is Captain FICO, and that's Soliera of the Ultra Recon Squad.
Ultra Recon, huh? So I take it you're well and familiar with these ultra wormholes then, and the beasts that come from them.
Indeed.
I suppose we do have a lot to discuss now, don't we? Very well. Rain's gonna look up to the situation over here, look to Aluvi, and then everybody else for pondering carefully and glances to Apollo. You stick around. Your team can do what they see fit. I got a feeling that's what they're going to be doing anyway.
Leps, you're dismissed.
That
And very quickly, he follows after.
and Levi immediately heads off to the lab. All right. Okay. Well, welcome to New Treasure Town to the both of you. Go ahead and sit down. Amy, can we get 2 drinks? Water should be fine.
Sure.
Because you have information, and I can probably help you out. So let's see if we can make a deal.
I'm listening.
We know the fact that Necrozma, or one you're calling the Blinding One, they have the capability of spawning all over the region in, well, admittedly wherever they want to pop up. We have had Lunala come and assist us once, but in assisting us, we may have very well gotten rid of the one place that they were guaranteed to come to, at the benefit of saving several lives in the process. So do you have a means of tracking this thing and where it may come around, that we can predict it? Otherwise, well, this isn't going to be the first time this happens, and I'm still worried about at least one of our own who could fall under their influence.
The Blinding One moves in unpredictable patterns. It is, well, by nature a predator. However, we can say that wherever there is a high source of energy, it is likely to show.
Any specific kind of energy?
Generally psionic, electrical, light, high forms of energy.
Electrical, light, probably high degrees of magnetic energy in the air.
Indeed.
Ionized air will be a good reading for it. I can talk to Eden, see if we can create a tracker for the teams to utilize, and able to be cautious not only of Necrozma but other Ultra Beast as well.
We will do what we can to help.
How did you even get here?
We took an acquaintance by the name of Sogalio.
Apparently, Sogalio is the counterpart to Lunala, who's been keeping Necrozma on their back foot. Thankfully.
So instead of coming around to assist Lunala directly, they sent 2 agents.
We have 2 others back at home by the name of Lassi and Dos. However, they're holding the fort in case the blinding one shows up back there.
So you're fighting a 2-front conflict then.
This has been going on for the past few years.
Well, this has just recently started half a year ago here. And it's only been getting worse due to the presence of Necrozma stacking up with prior incidents in this region.
A multiversal conflict.
And we all stand to lose if we fail.
Must be why those Terrans are here.
The Travelers?
Whatever you'd like to call them.
I mean, hey, it makes it easier for us. Even so.
We will do what we can to assist you.
It's appreciated. Linsula,
Yes.
you know much about the realm they came from?
The Ultramegalopolis. Lucas talked about it once, but even he didn't really know much about it. He had a part in fighting off the Elder Beasts when they attacked Terra. It was decades ago. At least in our time.
Understood. So not quite a situation of you guys just happening to know everyone.
There are people we don't know.
Well, at least someone can be surprised. Even so. You guys go ahead and get comfortable, because I know for a fact that flying or running that far is not exactly the easiest venture.
Very well. We'll settle where we see fit here.
But before you go, I have to ask.
Go on.
What did you do to Olivia's parents, specifically, that caused them to look so distraught?
Goliera reaches into her bag and pulls out a dart, shows it to him. This is a tranquilizer. It has a strong enough substance to bypass Necrozma's mark. However, it is to be used sparingly, as it can poison the target.
I recall a prior experience that you guys had in Solara Town, Apollo.
Out of character, you were cutting in and out. Can you repeat that?
Am I coming through clear now?
Yes.
Okay.
I recall a prior experience that you guys had in Solara Town, Apollo, where you first encountered Elvar. And he had a tool similar, but it wasn't for putting people to sleep. At least temporarily.
The make and model certainly matches.
How close was Luvi to that thing?
Pretty close. And they had to shoot past the Luvi to get make contact.
That explains a lot, then.
What's your thought?
accidental trauma response, effectively. I'll go talk to him.
Are you saying
If
another
not-
person had a weapon like ours?
Yes, one designed to kill.
A cultist.
Not
Correct.
Well, yes, but there's a story developing around this one.
Even he had the marks too.
Our
Similar to what you
apologies.
saw in Levi.
Our apologies. Perhaps there's some explaining to do.
Mayhaps.
We once had an agreement with these people before we found out what they were. We supplied them with technology. They supplied us a means to finding Necrozma and capturing it.
Which
I'm guessing the rug got pulled out from you somewhere along the line.
They betrayed us.
Go on.
As soon as, well, the Malamar was taken out, they became rogues.
That alliance went back that far.
Indeed. There's a place that you may refer to as Lumen City. A lot of the technology there we provided.
that. Huh. Rain would glance over to Apollo and just give a smile. So I guess this actually is actually a good thing you did stick around then, huh?
Yeah.
So you guys have been supplying them with that explains who their future benefactor has been this entire time.
It seems we have created a mess. We'll do our due diligence to clean it up.
There's no shortage of work on that front to go around.
Well, saying goes, the road to hell's paved in good intentions. But in this case, the cult that you were working with, they were the ones that began to mark and sacrifice people to Necrozma. The markings include, as a recent addition of Luby's parents, and for a much longer edition, the Raiju that you met.
There we see. And many others, I can imagine.
Many
Yes.
others indeed. But, many others indeed, whether or not they're still around to be helped is debatable at best.
Then this cult was never seeking to assist us to begin with.
They had the habit, at least back when you were working with the Malamar, or Zor-Ellen as I knew him as. They had a habit of doing away with people who were no longer useful to them.
We will report this to our home and discuss what to do after this.
Of course.
Seems we may be on a fighting front against this cult of yours.
We can say that we have dealt blow after blow against the cult as a whole. Of the three sectors, one of them is no longer existent, and the other two are
Becoming
Well-
more dangerous by the day.
getting more dangerous, more desperate, and more concerning by the day. We've pulled. Some people have been successful in getting out, following the example of not only Levi, but several others. Though, safe to say, many have tried, and many have not been so successful.
I see. I suppose that explains that burst of energy we saw come from this timeline a few hours ago.
A few hours ago.
To you, it would have been weeks ago.
You see Rain quite literally pause a moment and think. You're gonna have to forgive me. There's been a lot of big things happening in a very short time span. So I'm trying to remember what exactly this big light would have been.
It would have been an explosion of antimatter.
Would the downfall of a powerful distortion be a cause of that?
Uncertain, but it would have caused a great deal of devastation to this region.
Great deal of devastation. The collapse of Lumen City definitely fits that category.
Did anyone set off any bombs here recently?
Yeah,
Yep.
they did.
One of the zealot leaders. Potentially killing anyone else that happened to still be in there.
They were trying to kill my team and I.
And that explains the antimatter burst.
Wait. I'm sorry. I didn't. You see Rain like pause a moment trying to figure out their words as their composure kind of broke on that as they had a realization. But after a second they just took a breath, sat back again.
This motherfucker used antimatter on a
Basically. Like, you what, mate? It's like, well, he glances to Apollo. Congratulations. Your team has been deemed that dangerous to their plans that they're willing to go that far.
Don't know if I should be concerned or flattered.
Well,
Either
given
way.
your history,
God.
given your history, you shouldn't be surprised.
It's true.
Regardless, we'll set up communications back home, get in contact with our allies, and we will. Whatever you need, let us know, and we'll find a way to help out.
You have a means of communication then.
Indeed.
All right. Save for computers and the occasional piece of technology that we get from the travelers, I'll have to figure out a means to get in contact with you should we need to get your attention.
Our resources are limited in this world. We didn't bring much. But what we do have, we'll put it to good use as far as we can.
Very well. Apollo,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take a moment with these two here. If you feel up to getting a report together, go for it. I'll see if we can get you a proper day off tomorrow. That wasn't my intention to have you out busy and do something like this, but let's see how tomorrow shapes up.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, he says before turning around, looking to this, I'm going to have a chat with someone.
Would I know who this someone is?
For better or worse. They're doing better. But they're currently locked up for a reason.
I see.
These two just talk among each other's.
Even so. We may have more information in regards to what we can do to deal with this issue. Now, I'll talk to these two. You go ahead and get some rest, relax. Maybe you and Padrock can go talk about something. Or figure out a game plan as to how to move forward. Any questions?
No, sir.
And with
Then
that,
please go enjoy the rest of your day.
with that, unless anyone else has anything they want to do, might be the end of the session.
I'm done.
I think we could stop here.
Anything, Mallory?
Right now, assuming anyone decides to talk to him, right now he's just sulking in the chair and just constantly muttering to himself, like, "Was it my fault? Was it their fault? I can't tell."
We'll get to Olivia later.
Got some shit.
Yeah, he's currently unraveling the whole situation in his head, basically.
My friend, you were having a trauma response. It is okay.
With that, that is the end of session 84. Some shit happened.
Oh yeah!
Shit happened.
It was supposed to be an easy day.
Also, I just want to point out, I didn't get a single disconnection. Huzzah!
I did notice that. Nice.
I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch, though, because that internet trouble is still there.
Right. I will say this. Like, I was just kind of going with the flow half the times. Like, we're just gonna adapt. We're gonna adapt. We're gonna what the fuck?
Oh shit, visitors.
Yeah, and when I noticed that, you know, she started acting really weird and then pointed a stick, I was just like, okay, grapple. She can't escape. Get shot. You what?
Yep.
That was rude. That sound effect was rude.
Sorry, that's the only game sound effect I had.
To be
Yeah,
fair, it made
we
sense.
all had the wrong idea of what the hell had just happened.
But, what do you guys think?
I had
I
fun.
mean, you already got me. You already know how I feel about this. I'm pretty
I'm in
sure it
danger.
came out. I'm pretty sure Aluvi's response came out passionately enough that it felt genuine.
I'm in danger.
You are indeed in danger.
Very much. Don't have any big comments for today.
Also,
Also,
I'm gonna be real with you. The grapple hypnosis play, well played. I was very humored about that.
I saw that coming too. Seeing as Padrock said he was going to do something, like, okay, here it comes.
Wait. I know what we call this. Grapnosis.
No, it's called a sleeper hold.
Sleeper hold. Grapnosis, though. Just a silly word.
But now you have the Ultra Recon squad here. Fun shit.
Much
Yeah,
to
I'm like-
Aluvi's absolute joy.
Look, Aluvi, they're friendly. They only put your parents to sleep and stop them from doing something far worse.
Yeah, he doesn't know that, though.
They're alive.
I mean, he knows that, but at the same time, he doesn't want to accept that just happened right in front of him.
To be fair, we did kind of hold them in place trying to stop them and basically make them easier shots.
Look, they didn't know they had a gun.
I didn't know they had a gun.
Neither
There's
did
no way we could have
Necrozma.
known they had a gun.
It's like Necrozma. Now I can take them out. Like, is that a gun?
It's like, nah, I win. Wait, is that a trank?
Oh, don't worry, they were even friendlier in Ultra Sun and Moon.
And to be fair, the other option was
Far less pleasant.
indeed.
Oh, believe me, Aluvi knows this. This is exactly why he's reacting the way he is.
No, I'm like the other option is you want to see a Luffy go on a villain arc? Because this is how you get a Luffy to go on a villain arc.
Time to use that token. But
He does have an alternate token.
I seen it.
but I don't think we have any images today,
Uh,
unless there's some that I don't know about.
I don't think so.
I know Padrock has a new image, but I don't think that's ATS related, so
No, like, are they talking about my Discord on him?
yeah.
That has
Yeah,
absolutely.
we didn't get anything new
Yeah.
this week.
Alright.
But no, I think we're good.
So who should we raid? We got raided by Scott and
Perception.
Perception Studio and Sass earlier.
We got
Which,
three
by the way,
raids for this
thank
one.
you for
though.
all the
gotta
raids.
imagine.
Right? Thanks for the raids. Thanks for coming in, and hope you had a good time.
It's just like three raids. I'm like, criminy.
So who should we
I
have
am
at?
going to spread the freaking love.
Go for the Giga. Get her. Get the dragon.
Oh, hey,
Get the Kangadurg.
Rabbit and Steel, huh?
Yeah.
Attack the Giga.
It's a very hard game from what I've heard.
Raid the Giga.
It is what I like to call 2D.
Dark Souls Final Fantasy.
No, it's Toho with Final Fantasy. Yeah, it's Toho with Final Fantasy mechanics.
We will
I mean,
be
you
raiding
could-
Giga then.
You could argue that it's a bit Dark Soulsy too.
So, we'll be raiding the Gigabyte Dragon. She's playing Rabbit and Steel. And I hope you guys had fun, had a good raid, had a good time, and we will be seeing you hopefully next week. So,
Get the Dark.
have fun, we'll see you later. And raid.